Welcome to the Politico Energy Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Politico Energy Summit. I'm Stephen Overley, the editorial director of Politico Live, and I'll be guiding you through this morning's events. But here to give you a formal welcome, please let me introduce the CEO of Politico Media Group, Goli Sheikhoslami.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Politico's 2025 Energy Summit. When we scheduled the summit many months ago, we could not have known it would coincide with Congress debating an overhaul of tax credits for energy and electric vehicles, or with President Donald Trump ordering reforms to the Nuclear Energy Commission, or with the Department of Energy canceling billions of dollars in clean energy projects and investing in new AI-powered supercomputers. But sometimes in our business, the news finds you. We're all here today at a moment of profound change. For the nation's energy priorities, a year ago, the future of U.S. energy dominance was largely driven by wind, solar, and other renewables. Today, the conversation in Washington is focused on oil and gas production, deregulation, and big bets on nuclear power. And this has brought about a rapid reordering on the global stage. Under the Trump administration, the U.S. is once again distancing itself from climate agreements and initiatives embraced by many of our allies. And those allies are now moving ahead regardless. At Politico, we're breaking news on geopolitical and policy shifts every day. We simply have the most formidable newsroom in Washington. And with the acquisition of E&E News several years ago, Politico has the largest team covering all things energy and environment. Politico Live events, such as today's summit, represent the physical manifestation of our mission, convening the most influential stakeholders, like all of you, for urgent, news-driven conversations that add depth and context to the discussions that genuinely matter. Over the next few hours, you'll hear from policymakers like Representatives Brett Guthrie and Bob Latta, Senators John Curtis and Martin Heinrich. You'll hear from industry leaders as well, like NextEra Energy's John Ketchum and Doug Kimmelman of Energy Capital Partners, and Deputy Assistant to the President and Executive Director of the National Energy Dominance Council, Jared Agan. Of course, today's event is all the more important because of all of you, our audience. You are the leaders making decisions today that will shape the country and the world tomorrow. So thank you for being here. And also, thank you to all of our partners for your support in making today possible. And let's begin the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Goli, for that introduction and previewing the speakers to come. I'm excited to kick off our first session, which will feature Rachel Bade, our Capitol Bureau Chief and Senior Washington columnist, in conversation with House Energy and Commerce Chair Brett Guthrie.
The welcome music.
Yeah,
Good morning,
nice music.
Everyone.
Yeah, wake up music.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm Rachel Bade, Politico's Capitol Bureau Chief. I didn't remember my title there for a second. And Senior Washington columnist at Politico. And I'm joined this morning to kick off our day with House Energy and Commerce Committee Chairman Brett Guthrie. Obviously, a big deal for us to have him right now. Huge player right now in writing President Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill and getting it through the House.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we're through the House and now waiting on the Senate.
Yeah, still work to be done, but we appreciate you taking the time. So we're going to get to energy in a second, but because you're a main author of this bill, the mega bill, Trump's mega bill, I've got to take the opportunity to ask you a few questions. Yesterday, the Senate began looking at the possibility of including bipartisan Medicare Advantage upcoding legislation in the big, beautiful bill. This basically tackles tools that some insurers use to get higher payments from the federal government. And it sounds like this is going to help the fiscal math a little bit. I guess it can bring in $100 billion for the mega bill. But the House considered this and decided not to do it. And I'm curious, do you think the House could swallow something like this?
Well, so we're certainly open to it, and so the upcoding. So when Medicare Advantage is people on Medicare choosing a private insurer, and so the incentive was not, you didn't want the health insurance companies just picking the healthiest seniors, and so they get an upcode or they get more money if someone has morbidities.
I see.
And so there's real question about. There's some real question. There's been some studies done about very loosely classifying people as sicker than they are because the money is higher, is bigger pay. And that's something it's bipartisan for us to look at. We really focus on Medicaid, and we knew there were a lot of dynamics with Medicaid alone, and so if we brought in Medicare at the same time, but we're certainly open to what the Senate does with that. That's something that's bipartisan in the House that we want to look at as well.
Right, it's interesting because some Democratic co-sponsors of legislation that would make these changes, but you mentioned Medicaid. What do you make of the Senate, what they're doing sort of playing around with the Medicaid provisions that you guys have in the big, beautiful bill? If they flinch on freezing the provider tax on hospitals, is that a missed opportunity for real reforms?
Well, it is a missed opportunity. So I know a lot of people here are energy, so I'll just explain a little bit about the provider tax. So particularly in the expansion population, the federal government pays 90%. So if I go to the doctor, it's $100. Then the federal government pays 90 and the states pay 10. But then a lot of providers say, why don't you tax us $20? And then take that $20 and do and pay us $200. So the federal government pays 180, and the provider sends the money to the state, to Frankfurt if it's in Kentucky, and so all of a sudden instead of getting $100, it's $200. And who's not going to give $20 to get 180 back? And so that's what we're trying to stop those kind of, because the idea with Medicaid, it's federal and state share, so the states are more efficient with it if it's their money. With it just being provider money, they use the opportunity to, that's why Medicaid has grown. It's projected to grow from $700 billion to $1.4 trillion. Under our bill, it still grows to $1.1 trillion, but that's the way to stop the growth. And so we really need to make sure that we get control of the growth of Medicaid.
Would you call that a red line for House Republicans?
Well, that's something we'll have. I'll learn not to draw a lot of red lines and try to see where we can go, but I think it would really stress the system and the ability to save money in the program and make the program more stable. If Medicaid continues to grow from $700 billion to $1.4 trillion in 10 years, and it continues that exponential growth, it eventually is going to implode. And that's what we're trying to save the program for the most vulnerable.
Let's talk about something else in Trump's mega bill, the big beautiful bill, the IRA energy tax credits. Now, this is a Ways and Means sort of jurisdictional issue, but obviously something that impacts energy, which is very important to you. So the House mega bill phases out these Biden-era clean energy tax incentives, but a lot of, not an insignificant amount of Republicans have said that while they didn't vote for these, there are businesses in their own community that sort of benefit from them, and people who have, gotten jobs in this sort of space. What is your response to that? And I'm curious, are you at all worried about sort of undercutting some American energy companies by getting rid of and phasing out some of these credits, and specifically about people losing jobs?
Well, it's interesting. I have two big battery plants. Ford Motor Company's building 2 battery plants in Glendale, Kentucky, and so I voted in the EV mandates. And my argument, jobs are threatened with it, but we have to do the right policy. The question on the tax credits, and I think it's something as we look at maybe another, when we're going to have to do a bipartisan energy, we look at all of these again. But if you look at the tax credit, I was just in Texas, and I was in the Permian Basin, and a guy named Craig Goldman, new member of Congress, was showing me that in Texas that day, the wind was blowing and the sun was out. The Texas grid was 49% wind and solar, which is just, if you think about it, that's just pretty phenomenal. But the problem you get with the tax credits is that as you make wind and solar cheaper because of the tax credits, it changes investment in baseload or dispatchable power. So the concern is, I hope that I would personally, the more solar you have, the better. The more wind you have, the better. But if it needs to be sustainable on its own eventually. And so the question we're going to have as we move forward is, what pathway is wind and solar either competitive or it's not, and not just because people aren't building or choosing not to build gas-fired plants and others because they can't compete with the wind and solar because of the tax credits, and therefore we're making the grid less stable.
Choosing sort of winners and losers.
Right, and making the grid less stable with it.
What, you mentioned competitiveness. You talk a lot about global competitiveness, particularly with China. Do you ever worry that the reverse could be true, where, you know, this country sort of ends these, you know, clean energy tax credits, turning away from clean energy means that we're sort of giving up the race for the future of energy sources, where China is very much expanding that market?
Right. Well, China's expanding not because they want to be green, in my opinion. China's expanding because they don't have oil and gas, and they're trying to get ready for their invasion of Taiwan. That's just kind of my belief in it, is that electric cars, because they don't want a gas embargo that we would obviously do if they invaded Taiwan. And so those are things to consider. If you listen to like Eric Schmidt's book, the Google Eric Schmidt, who wrote the book Genesis with Henry Kissinger's last book, is if we invest in AI, and you have to have energy for AI, that's going to lead us to a lot of solutions as we have these massive data centers. But the problem is, if we don't create the energy now, we're going to lose the battle of AI to China, because they're developing. I mean, they're not just doing electric; they're doing electric cars and wind and solar. They are absolutely building two coal-fired plants a week. And so they're going to have over 100 coal-fired plants. Matter of fact, the morning we voted for the big beautiful bill at 6:30 in the morning, I went directly from that vote straight to a breakfast with Elon. And he never mentioned the bill that morning, and we just
we're going to talk about Elon, my friend.
He just never mentioned it. But he showed a graph, the delta between China energy production and the United States energy production.
Yeah.
And he said this is what he said. He goes, it's like we're in Rome, because I made a comment about this is like geopolitical, like the old Cold War. This is almost, if you're going to cede AI to China, it's like ceding Western Europe to the Soviets. And he goes, well, it's like we're in Rome, and the barbarians are at the gate, and Caesar calls for his army. And the army says, wait a minute, we got to spend the next 5 years getting a permit. And so that's what we have to fix. We have to be able to fix, and we need to do it in a bipartisan way if we can. And I will tell you, if we do it bipartisan, wind and solar will have to be part of the mix.
I'm going to come back to AI in a few minutes, but just really quickly on the clean energy tax credits. A group of senators are looking at a longer sunset period for allowing businesses to sort of plan more before these tax credits go away. But a quicker phase out was obviously a key provision, or a key demand for the Freedom Caucus to get them on board. Do you think the House would accept a longer period of phase out?
You know, I think that once the Senate decides what it's going to do, we're going to have to sit down and make those negotiations. I certainly can't speak from the Freedom Caucus, but my kind of view of it was, as we went through this, because I said we have two big battery plants in Glendale, Kentucky from Ford, another one in my hometown of Bowling Green with a Korean battery company. And so my view of it is this: if a private entity, because my thing is, kind of the theme of what we're trying to do with energy, and we actually put an insurance fund in for energy in our bill, is that we need people to invest in 20, 30 years worth of energy to build. And if the philosophy or the ideology or the regulations are going to change every 2 to 4 years, it's difficult for people here today, that I've met a couple of people already, that they want their company to invest and grow and expand the grid so we can win the battle for AI. But, you know, I got a 30-year investment, and I don't know what's going to be here 2 years from now. We need to show some stability. So whatever we do, hopefully going forward, if we can do it, it needs to be bipartisan. So my kind of view of it is, if you invested your money based on this program or this tax credit, you should be able to continue the investment that you made. But I'm okay with saying, all right, you're going to finish your investment. We're not going to allow new investments. That's kind of where I would go with it.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Let's go to AI, since I know this is very important for you. One of your staff
I think it's
basically
important for the country.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
definitely. But basically that, you know, this is a big priority for your chairmanship. So a big challenge with AI, obviously you mentioned powering AI data centers, right? Are we too reliant on China for these elements, and how do we actually start bridging, you know, the gap here in terms of making sure there's enough power for these programs? Well,
that's actually what's scary about it. If you saw, the Library of Congress had a book series, and Eric Schmidt came and talked about his book Genesis. Anybody interested in AI, read that book. I think it just opens up the geopolitical side of AI. And it's really like 3 societies have the ability to do it, the brain power, the capital. One would be Europe, and he would say Europe's chosen not to compete because of its energy policy and its regulatory policy. So Europe is just kind of off the, matter of fact, the European Union and the US had the same economy in 2008. We're now 75% bigger because some of the Green New Deal stuff that they did in Europe. And so the other one is either us or China. And whose values do you want? Because all these platforms have to speak to each other. So one platform is going to win out. It's almost like having the dollar being or the RMB from China being the world currency. That's that important. And so we have to find a way, I think, if we can, and that's what all of my hearings have been. AI, I mean, Eric Schmidt, I don't think is a conservative Republican. I never asked him his politics, but I wanted him to come speak to a committee, because if you just bring, I've got a right-wing think tank and a left-wing think tank, and you have a committee hearing and they argue back and forth, then everybody kind of goes to their corner. So I wanted someone who kind of comes from, I think his wife is actually involved in the National Armed Forces Defense Council and some other, I wanted somebody from that background to come to say, we have to win the battle for AI. And he would say this because it's in his book, and he said it. If we win the battle for AI, AI is going to solve climate change. It's going to give us the models and the things that are going to come out to solve climate change. And so we need to make this first and foremost. All the energy that we can have, we need it now.
Well, what does
and
that
so we
look
need
like?
to have wind and solar. We need to have it all.
How do you make sure that happens, though? Like, what is a bill that tackles
What is
all
the
this
bill?
stuff? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's a single bill. That's what we're trying to put together, and that we're trying to use the legislative process. I know that Frank Pallone, who's the ranking member on the Democrat side, has moved towards nuclear energy. I think that's part of it. The problem with nuclear, which I think actually is a big part of the solution, you can't do it as quickly as we need it.
I was going to ask about
so
that.
That's
It
the
takes
problem.
What,
so
like a decade?
So wind and solar is important because you can do wind and solar quicker.
Yeah.
But it's not all. Unless battery storage gets better, which we're going to look at that as well, then you got to have it where it's reliable 24/7, and so you have to have. Well, first thing we need to do is not take anything offline. We need 152 gigawatts of power estimated over the next decade, and we have 112 gigawatts of power scheduled to go offline because of regulatory issues, coal plants, other things. We need to keep those functioning until we can bring all this other energy online. That's the first thing we need to do.
Well, related question. There are a bunch of Republicans speaking up about state AI regulation moratorium. Are you surprised by that? And what do you say to folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Josh Hawley, who see sort of a big tech rat here?
So the thing, it was in the bill from our committee, Mark. So some people say that where did this come from? Our committee had energy, we had environment, we had telecom, and we had Medicaid. About 99% of the coverage of what came out of our committee was on Medicaid. So the AI moratorium on regulatory was in the bill. So it's been there. It didn't just pop out overnight.
Smart to read the legislation for you.
But it was there. But your point's well taken. But we didn't socialize it throughout the Republican conference as well as we should have, because every meeting I went to was Medicaid. Just assuming that, I guess, it was there and people knew it was there, but sometimes you do that in committees. You think, well, I know this, so everybody else must, but not everybody's watching your committee. They have their own committees they're working on. And so to say that is that here's the problem with, if you look at Europe, their energy issues and their regulatory. So it's almost impossible to begin an AI company in Europe because of all their regulatory requirements. Europe has found a revenue source, European Union suing our like Google's and all those are having to pay all these fines to Europe because of all this regulatory, and almost to the point where they're getting to where do we even want to compete there anymore? And so what we wanted to do, you have 50 different, our system's unique and it's great, and you have the 10th Amendment and every state has its own right to do what it wants to do. But the Commerce Clause, which is my committee's kind of creation because of the Commerce Clause, I do believe this rises to the level of the Commerce Clause, that Congress has the authority over AI. So what we want to do is let's have General Assemblies were in session in the spring. There are a lot of AI bills coming everywhere. Let's just put a moratorium. But I just spoke to a group of AI folks who were in town last week, and I said, we're not preempting 50 states for you to have nothing. We're preempting 50 states to have a federal guardrail and federal standard. And what would have been the best situation is here's the federal guardrail that preempts the states, and here it is. But we're still working on the guardrail. But it was an opportunity, because in the bill, we actually want our Commerce Department to implement AI. And so we put money for them to do so, And for us to have 50 different states for even the federal government to deal with is difficult. But that's the intent is we have a national standard.
What are you good with what the Senate did to sort of restructure that provision, which is basically paying the states not to regulate AI?
I think it's tied to their BEAD money. That's the way they want to do it. I think what's important is we have a regulatory structure in the United States that protects people's privacy but doesn't go as far as Europe, and some states have gone that far. And so we're just trying to set the standard. So the bottom line, our intent is to beat China.
You mentioned Elon Musk a few minutes ago when it comes to AI. I'm curious because you were with him, the day before? The day before?
The morning of the vote, the morning of the vote.
Okay,
I've only been around him once. That was the one time I was around him.
But wasn't it like right around the time this whole break started with President Trump?
Probably a week before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, probably a week
Anyway,
before.
so he has called the bill just a disgusting abomination. He has said it will increase the deficit and bankrupt America. I'm curious, were there any hints of what was going to happen in terms of...
No, that was my point. I went straight from, literally the vote was probably 6:30 in the morning. And by the time we got back over there, it was probably 8:30 or 9. He was meeting with Republicans from Energy and Commerce, had him for breakfast, and he talked about AI, he talked about all this stuff that were energy, never mentioned the bill. And the bill had just been voted.
And you were one of the prime authors, too.
He never mentioned the bill as we were sitting there.
Really telling. So he has also threatened to primary some Republicans who back the bill. Are you at all concerned that he could have the influence to pick off votes?
Well, if you have that you mean votes on the bill coming back for it?
Coming back, or in the Senate, yeah.
I don't think so. Hopefully not. I mean, we only have one vote. A couple of people missed the vote, so maybe we have 1 or 2 votes to spare.
Slept through the vote.
Back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was 4 and 5 in the morning. We finally went back for the final vote, and I hope that he doesn't do that. I think President Trump wants to help people stay in line, and if I assume that if he chooses somebody to primary, and President Trump would probably take the opposite side, and in my district, I think President Trump would. If I had that problem, I think President Trump would be a good person to come campaign in my district.
Do you feel that Elon Musk can still play a constructive role in the party right now, given what happened with Donald Trump?
You know, President Trump the other day said he wishes him well, wishes him very well. I just heard that. I guess he said that yesterday, so hopefully that's a move to make up. I do think so. I think he's extremely brilliant. He had some good insights on energy and AI, and we should still use him as I mean, not just Elon. It's people from Silicon Valley that we have to. And what I told Silicon Valley, as I said, we're not going to preempt 50 states and have nothing so you can just do whatever you want to do. We're going to have federal guardrails, and it's good to have the input from those people, and we want that input. But we as members of Congress representing our districts have to take their input. Okay, what allows them to grow their companies, allows us to compete, allows us to win, at the same time protects the American people in their use of data and privacy.
So we're almost
at a delicate balance, actually.
A little tricky, I'm sure.
Easier
said than done. We're almost out of time, but you mentioned nuclear power. We should talk about that because Republicans have sort of steered clear of some of the renewable energy funding, but they're all in right now on nuclear. Why is nuclear growth sort of taking priority? And is it realistic given, as you mentioned, it takes a while to sort of get these.
It does take a while. I don't think that I should put words in someone else's mouth. I think Frank Pallone has said something public. I hope if he hasn't, I think he has said that on nuclear. So, but it's carbon, it's zero carbon. So its ability to, and we're getting better with it. And you got small modular nuclear reactors. So Bill Gates told me that a Microsoft data center could use as much power as the city of Seattle. So think about if you just build a data center using a whole city's worth of grid immediately. It's not like Seattle develops over 100 years or however long Seattle developed 100,000 people at a time and you build a grid for that. This is like boom, you plop it down and we need it. So a good use, I think, would be small modular nuclear reactors. And people ask if they're safe. I'll tell you, we have small modular nuclear reactors next to the most deadly payload known to mankind and put a bunch of 18 to 40-year-olds, the best 18 to 40-year-olds in the world, put them underwater, send them around the world on a submarine. And so they've done it safely, and we can do it safely, and we think but it does take a while. So
I was going to say, how long does it take for the small nuclear modular?
The problem is you just can't not do it because it's going to take too long.
Yeah.
So we have to get that process moving forward. We have to not take power offline that we have, and we have to, I think wind and solar is something that you can expand quicker, particularly solar.
Last question for you. As part of the mega bill, your panel rolled back IRA funds for DOE's Loan Program Office. Now, in theory, that could make it more difficult to issue loans to technologies that Republicans do support, like nuclear and geothermal. And even Energy Secretary Chris Wright, who I believe you're going to be speaking with today, has said he's making a plea to Republicans to maintain LPO's ability to finance nuclear projects. Okay. Are you at all concerned that these rollbacks could hurt the nuclear industry? Because it's rare that we see a cabinet official, out there vocally saying, you guys have to change a bill on this.
So we didn't eliminate the program. So the program existed, it gets appropriated funding, and the IRA put money in on top of it. So what we did was zero out the additional money. And so the appropriations process, which is beginning now, is we hope that's an opportunity for them to do that. What we've tried to do as a Republican Party, as a Republican conference, is let's use the appropriation process the way that it's meant to. It seems like every Congress when you have all three, the House, Senate, and then you can say, well, if I do the appropriations process, I've got to get 60 votes in the Senate. So it has to be bipartisan. So we're going to put all truly appropriations and other bills that aren't really the appropriations process. So we want that appropriations process to work. I absolutely believe that that Chuck Fleischman, who's head of that on the appropriations, Tom Cole, I think that's going to be a big target for us.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the time I have. I've kept you over already. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Rachel and Chairman Guthrie. I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about picking energy winners and losers over the course of the morning. Here to kick off our next session, we're going to stick with the House. Please allow me to bring out energy reporter Ben Lefebvre in conversation with House Energy Subcommittee Chair Bob Latta.
Hi, nice to see everybody. Hope you're enjoying breakfast. I'm Ben Lefebvre. I'm the energy reporter at Politico, mainly covering oil and gas, the Interior Department. And I will be talking to Representative Bob Latta today from Ohio on the Energy and Commerce Committee. So hope this is a informative talk for you all to listen to over coffee, and I think they had egg biscuit out there, looked pretty good. So nice to see you again, Bob. Good morning. Good morning. You're going to be talking to Energy Secretary Chris Wright today, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, great. At the appropriations hearing today, what are you going to be asking him about?
Well, a lot of times you always want to talk about what's happening on the appropriation side in the committee, but you also start talking about what their thought is, because again, as the chair of the committee just was talking about, we have to have a lot more energy in this country. Mm-hmm. And when you're looking at the amount of power that we're looking at just in the near term, it's going to be massive. Mm-hmm. And if we're going to keep up in the world, because again, as was talked about a little bit earlier about AI, if we're going to win this race with the data centers, we have to have a massive amount of power. And at the same time, there's a problem out there. We're seeing generation being taken offline. Mm-hmm. So I know the big questions today are how are we going to produce this power that we're going to have in this country in the very short term, and then also into the future.
With, you're talking about power coming offline, I guess, how do you square that with the bill removing, benefits or credits for wind and solar and other renewable and, battery technology?
Well, we had a hearing a little over a month ago with all of the RTOs and the ISOs and ERCOT. Mm. And there's one question I've asked everybody that's come before us in about the last 4 years. Do we have to have more power produced in this country or less? Everybody's always said we have to have more power produced. Mm. But interesting, in this hearing that we had, all of the RTOs and ISOs also said this: we cannot take off any generation we already have. Mm-hmm. We're talking about probably about 110, 115 gigawatts going offline. Mm-hmm. And again, this is a lot of our coal-fired plants. At the same time, we need 150 gigawatts coming online. Mm-hmm. So your numbers aren't adding up. And so if we're going to have to really look at preserving what we have out there, give you an example. I was at one of our regional transmission companies, and what they say is, we don't care where the power is coming from, we just got to get it in and get it there. So they were starting to monitor, especially with the intermittent power out there, just to get a history, some kind of a history to understand how much power is coming in. So it's the power we're going to have, because again, the big push has been on the data centers, and when we look at the amount of power that they're going to be consuming, it is unbelievable.
Well, that's preserving the, maybe some plants that have been going offline. Maybe they were getting unaffordable. But I mean, how does that translate to getting rid of credits for new plants? We're seeing solar operators saying, they're going to have to go cancel projects if some of these credits go away in the appropriations bill. I mean, is there a concern that maybe the pendulum has swung too far against renewables after we saw the big build out with Biden's bill?
Well, I go back to what we did in 2008. As Republicans, we came up, we call it our all-of-the-above energy strategy. And part of that all-of-the-above energy strategy was looking at everything that was out there, but also adding at the very end of that, that we're not going to pick the winners and losers. We want to make sure it's the market. But we also know that, the intermittents have a part to play right now because, again, they're putting energy into the grid. But at the same time, when we're talking about on the base load side, as discussed a little bit earlier, when you're thinking about on the nuclear side, especially the large plants, the small modular reactors, they're about 7 to 8 years out on the small modulars. We're looking at, the first time seeing 2 nuclear plants coming online in this country since pretty much the 1970s. Then you look at our oil reserves and our natural gas reserves that we have in this country, that we're leading the world in natural gas production. So it's part of the problem that we have right now in this country is we're producing energy, but we can't get it to where we need to have it. And so I think there's 2 things that we're looking at in the committee right now, in the subcommittee, is that we have to have the power, but at the same time, we've got to have permitting reform in this country.
I'm old enough to remember when permitting reform was talked about a couple of years ago with Senator Joe Manchin, and after, a Congress and a half, maybe more, there's been no real movement on permitting reform. I mean, kind of what can be done to kind of get something over the line finally on that?
Well, on the permitting side, especially when we're talking about energy, there's jurisdiction questions. First of all, it's the Energy and Commerce Committee, and it's also natural resource. I just saw the chairman last night of Natural Resources, Bruce Westerman. We talked about it again because we want to make sure that we've got permitting moving, because we've got to get it done in this Congress, because you just can't keep falling behind. Because, when you think about who your global competitor out there, it's Communist China. They don't worry about permitting reform. They just do it. So we've got to get this thing done and get it done right, because if we don't, we're going to fall farther and farther behind. And what good is it producing all this energy and having the energy if we can't get it to where we need to have it?
And then one question I had, the White House has its new Energy Dominance Council. I think we're going to have someone there from appearing on stage later today. Do you talk with anybody on the council, or do they check in with Congress and say, what do you need us to do, or where has the council been in your view?
Right now I've had a lot more conversations with Secretary Wright and Secretary Burgum, and we had very good conversations. And so just talking with their respective departments, because I think they're both moving in the right direction. But we have a lot of conversations back and forth with different counterparts at the White House, because if we see something, you want to always make sure that this is what we're doing, so nobody's ever caught flat-footed on something. But we want to make sure that, again, we're moving forward on the energy side, because again, unfortunately, I guess I can say I'm old enough to remember the mid-1970s when we were in oil embargoes and couldn't buy gasoline on certain days if your license plate was an even or an odd. Some stations wouldn't sell you gas if you hadn't been a customer there. But you look at today, and that not only are we able to take care of our needs in this country, but we also can help our allies around the world, especially when we come on LNG exports.
With LNG, I'm glad you brought that up. We're seeing, I think it was Bank of America last week and a few other analysts saying that the sheer scale of LNG exports coming online is helping to drive up prices domestically for natural gas. Natural gas, I think, was like around $3.50 an MMBTU now, which is still cheap, but it's higher than it had been. And these banks are saying now, with all the new export capacity coming online this year, we're going to see natural gas prices go up by 25% by the end of 2026. Is there a concern that, we've had the president say one of his, biggest campaign promises was to cut energy prices. Are you concerned at all that this is going to be hard to do with the sheer amount of natural gas we're going to be exporting overseas?
Well, first of all, you have to produce it. If we don't keep the people out in the fields working and bringing up the natural gas, we're not going to have it in this country. And so if we see a scaling back, it's going to hurt actually in this country. I've spoken at different conferences with a lot of folks from Eastern and Central Europe, and they all say the same thing. We don't want to buy Russian gas. We want to buy U.S. natural gas. And first of all, it's a lot cleaner than what the Russians produce. So we want to make sure that we're helping our friends and allies around the world, because again, they all say the same thing. We don't want to do it either. We don't want them to finance Putin's wars. The other thing is that this is like late last year when the Russians cut off the Austrians. So they want a secure supply out there, and we as in this country can make sure that our friends around the world have that, and so it makes the world more secure when we do that. And so I think that's another important factor. On the question as to how much it might raise the cost, I haven't really, sometimes the analysts are wrong on that, because again, we want to be bringing up more, because years ago when we were told we had no natural gas in this country, literally we were told we had no oil, we had no natural gas, and because of what, the ability for us to bring it up today, all of a sudden that we can help ourselves and help our friends.
But oil companies are now saying they're going to be producing less oil and gas because prices are so low. I mean, prices have gone down to they're hovering around $60 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate, the U.S. oil benchmark price. And at that price, they're saying they're going to slow the drills. So is there a concern that if we're not bringing up enough natural gas to offset the amount of exports, people here are going to be seeing, unless prices all of a sudden for oil go up and incentivize the oil producers to produce more natural gas, is there a concern that, your natural gas price, your electricity bill is going to go up next year?
Well, there's two things. I get up at 4 something in the morning every day, and there's two things I look at first thing in the morning. I look to see what West Texas is trading at, and also I look at what the 10-year Treasury note is. Those two play a huge part of what we do in this economy. And we have seen, oil going up and down somewhere in the 65.50, down a little bit, and it's up. So, but they have to have a price out there to be able to bring it up and make sure that they can keep their people working in the fields. Because again, when you go out there, it's absolutely amazing what American technology has done. And so, right now we want to make sure that we're helping people around the world. And the other thing that's important to note is that what our refineries are set up for in this country. When we were told we had no oil in this country, our refineries are set up for heavy crude. And so all of a sudden we have light crude, and so we still have to bring in the heavy crude because our refineries, like some of our refineries in Northwest Ohio, run on heavy. And some can do sweet, but you run into that issue, what your refineries are set. We haven't built any refinery in this country since the mid-1970s.
So the price of oil was around $80 in mid-January. Now it's at 65. What brought that about?
It's a world commodity. It's what's out there. You hear OPEC, and this is another important thing. During the first Trump administration, I told people what was one of the names you never heard even mentioned in a newspaper or a news show. OPEC, because all of a sudden the United States was back. And all of a sudden when the United States says we're backing out and we're not going to be producing, what we saw during the Biden administration, making it tough out there, all of a sudden we heard OPEC again. So, all of a sudden when the United States is strong, we can help the world's markets because of that. And so when you have, some countries out there saying, well, what we're going to do is we're going to either scale back on how many, a million barrels they're going to put out a day, or if they're going to pump more, you'll see maybe a small handful of countries trying to dominate with the world prices. So that's where you get on the commodity side.
And then, as you mentioned, you have refineries in Northern Ohio. You got the Husky refinery, a few others. The price of steel has been affected by tariffs. I think there's a 25, 50% tariff on imported steel. How is that affecting refiners in your district?
Well, with anything, you want to make sure, because like line 5 supplies comes in from Canada.
Yeah, pipeline. Yeah.
Yes, line 5, which is Enbridge, and it comes through the Upper Peninsula down through the Lower Peninsula, and it feeds the big Marathon refinery outside in Detroit, and then it comes down and it also feeds refineries in Northern Ohio. So for us, if you put the price up on that crude, it's going to affect our prices. And so, when I was at one of our refineries recently in Lima, that they weren't talking about pretty much on the steel question. It's really on the question of what the crude prices are.
Yeah. Well, Canadian crude prices have that tariff too on them, right? Are the tariffs really affecting your district or in Ohio? I mean, you got steel up, you got crude prices up. There's been a kind of an ongoing labor shortage for energy projects. What are you hearing from your constituents who are tied to these projects?
Well, I have a very unique district. I have 86,000 manufacturing jobs, and I also have the largest farm income producing district in the state of Ohio. So if I go from Indiana all the way to the Cleveland suburbs, my district ends in Lorain County. So, I've got large companies, I've got medium, I also have small. I have companies of 10 people that are exporting. And so they're all very, very concerned because of all of a sudden it's something they're getting that they can't get from someplace else is going to drive the cost up. I've got tire manufacturing in Findlay, Ohio. If a certain type of steel that they have to put in the tire is not produced in this country, and then there's a tariff on it, it could end up being that tire that's being produced in this country with that tariff on the steel makes that tire uncompetitive against a product that's actually brought in, made someplace else. So there's concern out there. So we're all looking at when, hopefully these negotiations get completed with the White House, that we know exactly what's going to happen on tariffs in the future.
Yeah, you mean the White House keeps saying there's going to be a deal tomorrow. Are you in touch with them? Like, when is this going to happen? My district needs relief on these prices.
Well, we're in contact. Anytime a company calls me, I call them, call the White House and say, here's a specific situation that's occurring out here in the district. Just wanted to make sure that you all know what this is about this particular industry, and which is really important because, again, we're talking about in my district, we make everything in Ohio. You name it, we make it. But the big thing is that we can't consume it all here in this country. We have to export it. So where I live, I'm 80 miles from the Windsor, Ontario Bridge. Yep. In my home county, at the crossroads of I-75 and the Ohio Turnpike. It's one day's drive to 60% of the United States population from that one point. You go across the Windsor Bridge 80 miles up, you're then one day's drive to 60% of the Canadian population. So, we got to trade back and forth, and so we want to make sure that what we produce we can export.
Yeah. No, I grew up in Detroit, so I'm well familiar with Toledo. Wasn't it glass capital of the world?
Yeah.
There was supposed to be an advanced glass factory there, correct? And I think that project got canceled because they were worried about the funding not coming in that they were promised. Is that?
Well, Toledo is known as the glass capital of the world because you have Libby Owens Ford, Owens, Illinois, Owens Corning Fiberglass. Owens, Illinois' headquarters is actually in my home county in Northern Wood County. And but again, it's what we produce, and so it's making sure we have the jobs out there because I always say this, and this is the great thing about serving on the Energy and Commerce Committee. When you sit up on the dais, we're looking over the horizon 5 to 10 years because we're talking to the entrepreneurs and the innovators that come before us in committee, and so we always want to make sure we're not getting the laws. Not looking over the horizon, but looking in a rearview mirror because we're just going to stifle their way of doing things. And the great thing about this country is this: I have so many people coming to meet with me that they say we can't do it in our country, but we can do it here in the United States, and we want to make sure that continues. And I just recently spoke to a younger man from the Scandinavian countries that I said, why did you come here to produce what you want to do in energy? He said, this is the country to do it. He just can't do it back in Europe.
Is there concerns that, I know that LNG has been seen as kind of like a big geopolitical tool. It's like it was a diplomatic tool in the tool belt that administrations like to use when they went to deal with Europe. But is there a fear that the trade tensions that are being stoked right now are kind of making countries in Europe or in Asia think twice about signing like supply contracts for U.S. LNG or for U.S. oil? I mean, it used to be the line was, well, you don't want to depend on Russia in case they turn off your gas, which they had done numerous times. But is there a fear now that, well, if we get into a tariff spat with this White House, we don't want to have LNG, or we don't want to have to like have that tied to an administration that kind of goes back and forth between who's their allies and who's their friends?
I really haven't heard that on that part, because again, what we're producing in this country not only benefits us, but other countries that are, as I mentioned earlier, who are our friends and our allies. Because I really want to see that. I want to make sure that we have that ability. And part of our thing we have to do in this country, build more ships. Mm-hmm. We should be doing that in this country, so we're not relying on somebody else to transport. So we need to get, we have to rebuild our shipbuilding area, but at the same time, I see it that we want to get as much LNG overseas as we possibly can, mm-hmm. so that they do feel secure, mm-hmm. that they do know that in the middle of the winter they're not going to be cut off, mm-hmm. or that they're going to be in a situation that they're trading with a country, mm-hmm. like Russia when it comes to giving their money, mm-hmm. To them for the natural gas, that they're going to say that we're being held hostage. Mm-hmm. And so but that's why I think that when I've talked to Central and Eastern Europeans, they all see us as one thing. They see us as having that ability to help them, mm-hmm. and also to make sure that they're not helping the Russians. So I don't see that yet.
It's like, is there worry that it's kind of, Europe has been kind of, in the LNG space, famously loath to sign any long-term contracts for U.S. LNG. They'll take short-term contracts, but not long-term contracts. And at the same time, they're pursuing their own like homegrown energy policies. As you mentioned, they don't have a lot of oil, they don't have a lot of gas over there, or at least not that they can get to. But they're pursuing like hydrogen, renewables, other kind of like homegrown energy sources. Do you think at some point there's going to be just less opportunity for U.S. oil and gas producers to export, to Europe?
Good question, because I on a couple of trips over, mm-hmm. and talking with Europeans, early on, and this is before the invasion in the Ukraine at that time, they all said the same thing. The Russian agents were infiltrating the green, the green groups. Mm-hmm. Who said we don't want any energy in our country. We think this bad, mm-hmm. and so they became totally dependent on the Russians. It's exactly what the Russians wanted to have occur. Mm-hmm. So I see it that the Europeans still have energy over there, mm-hmm. but they're not willing to go out and do what we did. And it's amazing when you talk to people from around the globe. They always ask me, how did the United States do it? Mm-hmm. I said, look, if you put the right laws in place and the right regulations, mm-hmm. and turn your entrepreneurs and innovators loose, mm-hmm. anything can happen. Mm. And all of a sudden we went from being told we had nothing, to having plenty. And but they're looking at us now to help them, because they're just not at that point that they're going to be able to get there.
Well, their entrepreneurs might be saying, well, we can't get the oil and gas here, or like in the North Sea, it's depleting, so let's innovate our own, what we can, like let's do, I think they're big in hydrogen, they're big, in wind. We're seeing, Spain had problems with their renewables with the grid recently, but their aim is to like just do it all for national security reasons too. So I'm kind of wondering, is there a future you see where the U.S. is producing still a lot of oil and gas, but we're not shipping as much as as we're estimating right now, because the demand forecast overseas just doesn't come in?
Well, I think a good example is Germany. Mm-hmm. They went from, after Fukushima saying, oh, we're getting away from nuclear, mm-hmm. and all of a sudden they swung so far, and now all of a sudden they're trying to bring themselves back, and what are they doing? Mm-hmm. They're burning coal. Mm-hmm. So, that's what
the U.S. wants to do. You said we want to bring more coal on.
Well, right? But, one of the things you can do is you look at the clean coal technologies that are out there today, But for us, we have this. We're so energy rich in this country right now. It's just getting, just turning it loose. And I think it's one of the points also I've heard, because again, we have such broad jurisdiction in energy and commerce. You think of energy, healthcare, telecommunications, which I chaired that subcommittee, and then also our Commerce, Manufacturing, Trade, having chaired that subcommittee, and then the environment. I've never had anybody or heard anybody ever before our committee ever say we're against regulations. Everybody always tells us, just give us regulations we live with, and then that's what turns Americans and entrepreneurs loose in this country.
And let's turn to the appropriations process now. I know that my colleague had mentioned this to your colleague earlier, but with the way that this has turned out, this bill, we've had the House say, if the Senate changes one letter, we're not going to approve their changes. How sensitive do you think the House really is? Like, if the Senate comes back and they say, here are some changes, is it just like dead on arrival, or we got to go through this all over again, or do you think there's actually a little bit of leeway for changes out of the Senate?
Each body's going to produce their own bill.
Yeah,
that's the first thing. We always call it getting jammed by the Senate. That's when they pass something and they leave. So we're sitting there, and so I don't think that's going to happen, because it can't, because there's too many variables in this legislation. You think about the end of the year, you're looking at a $4.5 trillion tax increase if we don't get something done. You look at trying to get the economy moving, because again, having served on the budget committee, I know those numbers that you just don't want to see. Where we are today at a $37 trillion debt with a $1 trillion interest payment, which is just mind-numbing. So, I never wanted to say that it's dead on arrival when something comes over. Ronald Reagan famously said, "I'd rather get 80% of something go off the cliff with all flags flying." But in this case, I know the Speaker has been speaking with Senator Thune. He's been speaking with our Republican colleagues in the Senate, saying where we are as a House and Republicans in the House. That we just can't back out of, and certain things that they don't have that we have situations with, that they might not have any. They don't have a Republican or a Democrat, or probably a Republican serving in the Senate from New York or from California. Well, we do, and so we have a more variety of mix of members across the entire spectrum.
And I'm being told to wrap. I was probably being told to wrap 5 minutes ago, but I'm just seeing it now. Last question. If you knew if you knew then what you know now, do you think Elon Musk's input into the budgeting process or the reconciliation bill process ultimately helped or hindered this process? Do you think he should have stayed out of it, or do you think he helped?
Well, and here's going back to my days on the budget committee, and also this is my 10th term. We're in trouble, and I think by having his voice also,
Congress, or
the country's in trouble, because if you go back to when George H.W. Bush left office, our national debt was about $3.25 trillion, and here we are at $37 trillion. The CBO had said back in 2022 or going into 2022, that we paid $272 billion just to pay interest on the debt. When the books closed that year, it was $475. They missed it by $200 billion. The CBO thought that we were going to have a situation with the interest being at over $1 trillion, just pay interest on the debt in 2032. We had it this year. So I think one of the things that really helped point things out is, folks, we are a huge problem out in this country, and we got to get it corrected, and got to get it corrected fast.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben and Chairman Latta. I am pleased to bring out our remarks from our next speaker, who is Chuck Johnson, the President and CEO of the Aluminum Association.
Good morning, everyone. Bear with me. That's energy. I know, right? That little can, I'm going to argue, is intrinsically tied to America's energy policies and success, our economic success, even our national security success, just that little can. The small amount of primary aluminum in that can is enormously energy intensive. In fact, the smelters that we need to build today in the United States, one of them will use as much power as Boston, and we need 4 at a time when we're talking about data centers and everything else. Now, the good news, I would like to start with the recycling story. This can is completely recyclable. And that's great because it only takes 5% of the energy to recycle it as it did to make the aluminum the first time. And that's why we recycle aluminum as a commodity more than any other commodity. Now, the average aluminum can in the United States, the average, not some best-in-case example that I trotted out on stage to wow you with, the average can is 70% recycled content, and the packaging sector is our worst sector for recycling. The automotive sector and the building and construction sector are all bringing back our metal at end of life at over 90%. And so last year in the United States, 85% of the aluminum that we produced in our products in North America was recycled content. So when we recycle, we save energy. And if we recycle the rest of these cans that we're not recycling today, we can power 2 million American homes for a year. And that's the end of my public service announcement on recycling. I'm Charles Johnson. I'm the president and CEO of the Aluminum Association, and we represent the companies that are making your cans, your cars, your buildings, your fighter jets. The smartphone in your pocket is made of aluminum, and the satellites in the sky that make it work are made of aluminum. And the simple message I wanted to come out and convince you of today is that this can and the aluminum industry are intrinsically tied to energy policy and the energy sector's success. And the energy sector's success is intrinsically tied to the aluminum sector's success. So I've already told you that we're an energy-intensive sector, and we need affordably priced, reliable energy into the future to be successful as an energy, and I'll talk about as an industry, and I'll talk more about that in a second. But the brave new world we're talking about in the energy sector this morning, a world in which we are more electricity intensive, but also more energy efficient, and where we are lower carbon as an energy sector, that's not going to be built on granola and hope. It's going to be built with aluminum. And so our sectors are tied together intrinsically, and our policies are tied together. Now today, the policies that are affecting our sector by and large are tariff policies. I'm sure you've seen us in the news. The steel and aluminum tariffs that President Trump is pursuing have become sort of the baseline, the base load for the trade policies that he is pursuing from the White House. And our sector is supporting the president in his goals of rehoming American manufacturing, especially in the upstream of basic manufacturing, which for us does mean aluminum smelters. But we have also been very clear that for our sector, we are unique, and tariffs alone won't do it. It will take energy policy, because we will have to have the energy to fire our smelters at any level of tariffs in order to rehome those smelters. Now, the good news is that we have been blessed in recent years with bipartisan consensus in Washington that this sector matters, and that, as I said at the beginning, the aluminum industry's success is tied to our energy sector success, our national security success, and ultimately our economic success. Today, our industry is at a crossroads. Over the past decade, we have invested more than $10 billion in the aluminum industry. We're building 2 of the largest rolling mills we've built since the early 1980s, so over 50 years, one in Mississippi, one in Alabama. And those rolling mills will supply this sector from the transformers to the charging stations. Our industry will provide the transmission wire, the towers that hold them up. This entire sector will be built with the aluminum that we're producing. We are excited, too, that this administration has announced and wants to build smelters in the upstream. But as I said, we need the right energy policy to support those smelters if they are going to be successful. And we need the metal supply to feed the furnaces that we built today to supply this sector in the future. Because for the 6 to 8 years it will take to build new smelters, we must have the metal to build the energy sector future that makes those smelters possible. Now, Today, the Aluminum Association has released a brand new energy policy framework as part of its broader aluminum agenda. I'd encourage you to go to our website at aluminum.org/powerup. That's aluminum.org/powerup to read more about what it will take for us to be successful and for you to be successful. And do stop by the drink stand that we're sponsoring. Thank you very much.
All right, so we started our conversation in the House, and to give you a quick preview, coming up, we're going to kick things over to the Senate. We'll talk with Senator Martin Heinrich and John Curtis. But before we get to that, we're going to step off of the Hill for our next conversation, which will feature Politico energy editor Matt Daly in conversation with the chairman, president, and CEO of Next Era Energy, John Ketchum.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matt Daly. I'm Politico's energy editor, and I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Next Era Energy's chairman, president, and CEO, John Ketchum. After a decade and a half of flat power consumption, U.S. electricity demand is set to surge in coming years. The rise of electric vehicles, growing demand for cooling as temperatures climb, the movement towards electrification, and most recently the advent of artificial intelligence, and the data centers that are going to be needed to run that are all contributing to this surge. That's the challenge facing companies like Next Era Energy, which calls itself an all-forms energy company. It owns and operates America's largest natural gas fleet. It's the world's #1 generator of electricity from wind and sun, and a world leader in battery storage. It's also one of the largest nuclear operators in the US, and it's planning to invest $120 billion in American energy infrastructure over the next 4 years. It's quite a sum. So, thank you very much for being here today, John.
Matt, great to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, let's get right to it. Let's start out with the state of play in the power sector. President Donald Trump has declared a national energy emergency. That's not really based on where we are today, they say, but it's based on where we're going to be very soon. What do we see in the demand growth in the coming years? Are we really on the precipice of an energy emergency?
We are. I mean, I really see the potential for an energy shortage if we don't get our energy policy right. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that. What we're projecting over the next 20 years is a 6-fold increase in the growth rate for power. And data centers get a lot of attention, but that's only really about 1/3 of the demand. We're going to see the other 2/3 in, around industry and economic expansion as we push our America First agenda here in the United States. Oil and gas refiners, chemical companies, semiconductor chip manufacturing, and just consumption in the home as we advance our AI agenda.
Well, that would seem to raise some real questions then about why the administration and Republicans in Congress are trying to sunset some incentives that were in the Inflation Reduction Act for wind and power, especially here. Those have been at the forefront of U.S. power generation growth in recent years, and renewables are expected to supply 25% of American electricity this year. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, Matt, you opened up talking about who Next Era is. We're unique. I mean, we're in every part of the energy value chain. Nobody's built more gas-fired generation in the last 20 years than Next Era. Again, the leader in wind, solar, battery storage, a leading operator of nuclear as well. But there's practical realities around how we meet all this demand from a time and a cost standpoint. There's only 3 ways to generate electricity. You can generate it from renewables, you can generate it from gas-fired generation, or you can generate it from nuclear. Let's save renewables for last. One of the issues that we're having with gas-fired generation is we remember what things look like and what the environment looked like a few years ago, where it was easy to get gas-fired generation up online and producing electricity. That's not the same today. Why is that? If we want to build a new gas-fired generation facility, and again, nobody's built more than 20 years, we know what we're talking about, we can't get it online till 2032. You might ask, well, why? First, you have to get in a long line to get a gas turbine. There's a lot of global demand for gas turbines today, not just in the United States for all the economic expansion opportunities that we have here, but Saudi Arabia just placed a very large order. You have a lot of demand out of Asia, a lot of demand out of Western Europe as well, tied to liquefied natural gas. And so the cost and the time to get your hands on a gas turbine has increased exponentially. It's just supply and demand. So the price of a gas turbine has gone up threefold just in the last 24 months. And then we have a big labor issue as well. I was talking to a CEO of a major EPC contractor about a month ago, and get this, it takes about 1,000 people to build a gas-fired generation facility. He has to hire 6,000 people just to get to 1,000 because the washout rate's so high. Why? Because he loses half of his workforce to data center build-out, semiconductor chip manufacturing, industrial expansion, LNG terminals, chemical companies, you name it. The other third, because we haven't built gas-fired generation in the last decade, doesn't have the skill set and the muscle memory of how to do it. And so all those things add to cost. And the other piece is, we just heard about aluminum. But with aluminum and steel tariffs up, potentially 50% against China, that's creating a lot of uncertainty, too, on how to price if you're an EPC contractor or a gas-fired generation facility. Bottom line is, with all those things together, it's taking 6 to 7 years to get gas-fired generation online, which means we're looking really at around 2032 for that to contribute. Nuclear is much further off. So small modular reactors, we have a development team just focused on advanced nuclear reactors. But the issue that we're seeing around the OEMs is that we're really not going to get to even first of a kind generation around nuclear until about 2035, and then nth of a kind later next decade. And the cost is really, really high. I mean, you're looking at anywhere from 8,000 to 11,000 a kW to build a nuclear facility today.
Well, that sounds to me like we're going to miss the AI boat here. We're talking about a competitive advantage with China, and we're talking about building power generation now to meet this demand. If gas isn't going to be around till 2032, and you've got a project with GE Vernova that puts you ahead of a lot of your competitors there.
And Matt, that's the exact point, is that our job at NextEra is to get electrons on the grid. I don't care what flavor they are. I don't care if it's renewables, gas, or nuclear. I have to get electrons on the grid to accommodate all the demand that we see in this country and do it at a reasonable cost. Well, if I can't get gas on till 2032 and nuclear on much later, I'm only left with one option, given there's only 3 ways to produce electricity in this country, and that's renewables. So we need a bridge to get ourselves to 2032 when that gas shows up. And when that gas shows up, it's going to be 3 times more expensive than it's ever been. So we're going to have really high cost energy when it does show up. But putting that aside, we need a bridge to at least get there. And if we take renewables off the table, we are going to have a real power shortage problem in this country. I fear perhaps leading to blackouts during scarcity intervals. We'll create our own reliability problem just by not having enough electrons to be able to satisfy all the demand that we see, and we'll lose the AI race. We'll lose it.
And even if we keep the lights on, are we going to price ourselves out of the AI data race? I mean, if I'm a data center,
and that's another concern, right? Because renewables, not only does it take 12 months to build wind or 18 months to build solar, we can get it online quickly because those supply chains are in existence today and can respond quickly. We can get those electrons online by 2032 at a low cost until the gas shows up in 2032, albeit at a higher cost, and then nuclear much later. Renewables play an essential role. We're projecting 450 gigawatts of demand between now and 2030. Only 75 gigawatts of that 450 pedal to the metal can be satisfied by gas. That leaves 375 gigawatts that have to be satisfied by something. If it's not renewables, what is it going to be? We're going to be short power in this country. We cannot afford to do that. If we do that, we will lose the AI race, and we will bring this economic expansion in the United States to a screeching halt.
That's a big risk, but I see a couple other ones that we haven't even touched on yet that we could spend a lot of time talking about. So you're going deep into gas, and you're already there, of course. We're looking at forecasts, as my colleague Ben Lefebvre just said, forecasts that the rising LNG exports are starting to take the top off this our shale revolution here in a way. The shale fields have done well for 20 years, and they've really powered this gas renaissance. But those prices and that output may be peaking here now.
Yeah.
Are we at risk of seeing some really some changes in the gas price to the upside?
I think so, and here's why. We're an upstream oil and gas as well. We drill for oil, we drill for gas. We know this market. We have a large trading and marketing operation as well, and so we have a lot of insight into where we think prices are heading. And not only is there a lot of LNG demand globally that's going to put upward pressure on natural gas prices, but one thing that a lot of folks don't talk about, when oil starts to come down in price, and I think the goal is to get it to around $50, $60, a barrel. That means there's a lot less associated gas being produced because there's a lot less oil being drilled.
That's the gas that comes out of these oil wells.
That's the gas that comes out of these oils. There's a lot of associated natural gas that comes out of oil drilling. Well, if less associated gas is coming out of oil drilling at the same time that we are exporting more LNG, what's going to happen to natural gas prices? They're going to go up at the same time that we're doubling down on a technology that's 3 times more expensive to build. Now the operating costs are going to go up as well when it finally shows up in 2032.
So there's some real hurdles coming up for gas. We'll see how the industry and how your company responds to those. But the one thing that you're talking about is our good go-to right now, fill in that space, is the renewables. And while we've got the ITC and PTC sunset very quickly under the House version of the reconciliation bill, and the Senate may make some changes to that. Are you nervous that they're going to pass that House measure?
Yeah, I mean, I look at 3 things there, right, coming out of that bill. One was the placed in service requirement in the House bill, right? In order to be eligible for credits, you have to place in service a renewable facility by the end of 2028. We've always operated under a start of construction standard where we'd like to change that placed in service language to start of construction, which would get us the credits a little bit longer, which would provide that perfect bridge to when natural gas shows up in 2032. The other piece is transferability. That was in the House bill. It's critically important we have the ability to transfer tax credits. Rate-regulated utilities, for example, they have no other way to monetize the tax credits, which have a huge impact on lowering utility bills without the ability to transfer. And the last piece are the foreign entity of concern provisions that are in the House bill. The way they were drafted, they're unworkable. Why do I say they're unworkable? Well, they have 2 provisions in them. One is what we call material participation provisions, where I'll just give you an example. An average wind turbine has 10,000 component parts. A solar project has 5,000 component parts. An SMR, oh my gosh, I mean, probably easily upwards of over 10,000 components. Let's take an SMR, for example. I won't even use renewables as an example. Let's use nuclear as an example. Say that we go and buy a fastener, just a fastener, that's used in an SMR from a company in Dearborn, Michigan. We think we're buying American, right, for the SMR. We come to find out that one of the screws and the bolts that was used by one of the suppliers 5 layers down from the Dearborn, Michigan company, where we think we're buying American, was actually sourcing the bolt and the screw from China. Guess what happens?
You're disqualified.
You're disqualified. All your tax credits for that small modular reactor go away.
So you think we've overstepped here?
It's impossible to comply with. How in the world are you going to trace 5 layers down to a subcontractor who's buying a bolt and a screw? And I'm not kidding. There's no materiality provisions. A bolt and a screw from China. And then there's payment provisions in there where if you're going to finance the build out, and you come to find out that say you place public debt to finance the small modular reactor, and say that public debt is owned 5% by a Chinese company. You have no idea, right? You're placing public debt. You don't know who's going to buy it. You have no control over it. Let's say a Chinese company buys 5% of that debt, disqualified. You lose all your credits on that small modular reactor. These provisions don't work, and so they need to be fixed.
Do you have any confidence that they might get fixed?
I do. I mean, look, our NextEra is fully behind moving away from China. I mean, if you look at our supply chain today, we buy all our batteries here in the U.S. We source our gas turbines in the U.S. from GE out of South Carolina. 90% of our wind turbines are made in Florida. You know, we have really pivoted to a domestic supply chain. But let's make this at a component level where we're looking at the major pieces of equipment and make it and design it in a way that can actually be complied with, instead of a gotcha to where you lose all your credits. Because, I mean, there's no American company in any industry that could comply with these provisions.
Well, that sounds like a big hurdle, and one of the big areas that you didn't really even touch on there is the battery technology, which is a field that you're getting into. When are we going to see battery technology really make a big difference and start to show its strength on the grid?
Yeah, great question, Matt. I mean, we're the world's leader in battery technology. It already is. I mean, so if you think about capacity resources, right? There's energy, and then there's capacity, which is, you know, having the energy during the hours of the day that you need it. Battery technology's come a long way, and so when you really look at when customers need power for reliability purposes, it's typically during those evening hours from 5 to 9 at night. Well, we have 4-hour batteries that can accommodate that can make renewables 85% firm. And batteries are much cheaper than gas-fired peakers, and actually are displacing gas-fired peakers in most parts of the country because of those phenomenons we talked about earlier.
But there's a lot of Chinese ties to this industry as well, the technology, the parts.
And what's great is we've been able to now source all of our batteries from a company right here in the United States, being able to decouple almost entirely from buying from Asian suppliers.
Is that going to meet your demand and your peers' demand, or is that going to be a constraining factor in terms of the demand?
Well, you know, it's something NextEra's been able to do. I think you'll see the rest of the industry continue to pivot to more domestic purchasing. And what's happening, what's great about this is that as we're moving the supply chain here to the U.S., we have the 45X manufacturing credit, we're creating a ton of jobs right here in the United States. We're having a huge impact on rural economies, on state economies, through property taxes, through sales tax revenue. I mean, it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry today. And these domestic first provisions of transferring the manufacturing capability of the U.S. is working, and NextEra is fully behind that.
Well, I'm getting the high sign here that we need to wrap it up. I got one other thing I've noticed here in this conversation. I'm guessing the audience has probably noticed it too. There's one word we haven't discussed on stage here today: coal. Why is that?
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, with coal, we just had an executive order to keep coal online for a little bit longer. It just, unfortunately, is not going to make a dent. Coal, the train's left the station on coal. Most of the coal facilities have already been retired. Even if we slow down some of the retirement, you're looking at max 45 gigawatts. Let's go back to that 450 gigawatt number I gave you earlier to accommodate all the demand by 2030. 45 gigawatts just doesn't make a dent in that, even if you delay some of those slowdowns. And the issue with coal is, look, folks in our industry, when you run a rate-regulated utility, your goal and your obligation is to provide the lowest cost power to your customer. And so you make decisions around your generation profile that result in that, and unfortunately, coal is the most expensive, some of the most expensive generation that you can provide your customer. So you've seen a lot of utilities move away from it. And the last point that I'll make along those lines is, let's not forget that when we're designing a solution for a customer, we're not matching a generation resource against a data center. The data center is being built in the context of a generation system that already exists. And so we're making the most economic decision on what the incremental marginal source of generation should be to accommodate that data center demand, taking into account what the current system can already produce. For example, in Florida, we have the largest gas fleet in the United States, 24 gigawatts of natural gas-fired generation in Florida. Building another gas plant is not the best solution for my customer. The best solution for my customer is to build more solar or more battery storage because it's a third of the cost. And I can lean on that gas-fired generation during the hours of the day when the sun's not shining and the 4-hour battery doesn't work, which is at night, because I have all this excess gas-fired generation that's going unutilized. So you have to make these decisions within the context of an existing system, which I think gets lost in the shuffle sometimes.
It's a complicated equation, that's for sure.
It is.
Well, that's all the time we have today. Thank you very much for your insights and your willingness to come up here to Washington and share them with us.
Matt, thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Matt and John, thank you both so much for that interesting conversation. I now want to hand things off to Politico's Executive Vice President and General Manager for Media Business, Callie Bowdy, in conversation with the CEO of Capital Power, Avik Dey.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Callie Bowdy, Executive Vice President, General Manager at Politico, and I'm thrilled to be joined today by Avik Dey, the President and CEO of Capital Power. Hey, Avik. How you
Callie,
doing?
I'm great. Nice to be here.
Capital Power operates a broad portfolio of power generation facilities across both Canada and the United States with a focus on delivering reliable, low-carbon energy to communities and industries. Today, we're going to explore how the company's navigating cross-border energy expansion, rising electricity demand, the evolving role of technology and policy on the future of power. Let's dive in, because that's a lot to tackle in just a short amount of time. So we've heard some consensus this morning that a diversified portfolio is going to be critical to addressing mounting energy demands. But where we've heard less consensus is the best way to achieve that. So Avik, to start, what are the right ingredients in the recipe for a low-carbon future?
Thanks, Callie. When we think about the grid, and if I roll back the clock before the pandemic, if at any point in time in the last 20 years we talked about energy demand, in particular in the US, we would have said aging demographic, declining GDP growth, growing energy efficiency, and that box of that electricity stack or the supply was really being driven by displacement of thermal, so old gas and retiring coal, by renewables at a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 pace. So the electricity stack or the supply stack, we had an electricity system that overall in the US and in Canada that provided dispatchable firm capacity and enough generation capacity to meet the peak versus trough demand overall. So as a result, we had a relatively stable grid. And that was all types of energy, but dramatically increasing and leveraging towards renewables. What's changed post-pandemic is, and a number of speakers have talked about this before already, is that we now have growing electrification. We have GDP growth. We have industrial reshoring. And we have growing electricity demand just from increased residential use, as John said before. And that's all before I even mentioned the letters AI. And so that's fundamentally changed the supply box that we're operating in, which is why we need to take an all of the above approach. But more specifically, what we found, and we are the only public company that's an independent power producer that operates on both sides of the border and has consistently invested in gas. And what we've seen across electricity markets is that somewhere between 55% and 70% of any supply stack for an electricity system has to be dispatchable and firm. That number goes up and down depending on how much your peak versus trough demand is. So that firm supply has to come from, historically it's been coal, it can come from nuclear, it can come from natural gas, or it can come from hydro. Those are the only sources for firm demand. And so that's why, as we look forward, renewables, including batteries, but essentially a doubling down on natural gas where we have short to medium term demand that has to be made. And why natural gas? Because we have the infrastructure in place for it. The marginal cost for new capacity is the lowest amongst major source of electricity or large loads. And then secondly, I would say, 20% of the generation in the US is underutilized. It's mostly gas. So there's 20% of the capacity that's running for less than 100 hours a year. That capacity has a grid interconnect. That capacity has gas supply coming into it. And so if we can't improve utilization of that capacity, how are we going to go build new generation capacity?
So a lot of companies are talking about and touting lower carbon solutions, but without providing a lot of specificity behind what that means. Do you have any case studies or examples that you can share from Capital Power that showcase some of these solutions at work?
Yeah, and look, we made the difficult decision last year to remove our net zero target for 2045. And fundamentally, it was because of what I just described. Our business was focused on retiring existing generation and replacing it with lower carbon generation. Our company over a decade ago was 2/3 coal. Today, we're zero. And so one of the projects we're most proud of is we took a 100% coal-fired power plant and converted it to natural gas. That plant went on stream in December of last year, and it's now the most efficient gas-fired plant in all of Canada at a sub-7 heat rate. On top of that, we've been at the forefront of looking at carbon capture and sequestration on that same plant. So technically, we validated that technology, but economically, we haven't been able to underwrite it or FID it just because of the cost and not having a firm carbon policy in place in Canada to underwrite it. But I think those two things in particular, repowering coal to gas, repowering old inefficient gas plants into highly efficient gas plants, and then looking at carbon capture and sequestration. And then, as John said in the earlier chat, batteries and the role batteries plays with peakers in managing load over time is also a decarbonization event.
One of the things that also came up in the last conversation was data centers that seem to be popping up everywhere. What's causing the sudden boom, and what sort of energy solutions will be required long-term to power these behemoth facilities and ultimately sustain that innovation?
I've been focused on energy transition since 2010, and I firmly believed and drank the Kool-Aid around what distributed generation could do to transform the energy system. Similarly, I firmly believed that in order to decarbonize, we needed a global carbon taxonomy. And lo and behold, neither of those two things have transpired for different reasons. Some geopolitical, some economic, some just overall system constraints. So as we look forward, when we look at AI and data centers, they're very large loads. So I think the gentleman this morning said, the city of Seattle. Well, 1,000 megawatt data center is about 1 million square feet. And that million square feet could hold somewhere around 500,000 NVIDIA chips for those that are counting. That is the equivalent of powering call it a 1.2 million person city. And so in terms of system design, what we have to have a fundamental conversation around in this country, as well as Canada, is how do we incorporate these large loads where the system wasn't designed to manage them. We have a century's worth of infrastructure that was built around this hub and spoke model. Build really large plants, build spokes and nodes out to where the demand is, and then all of that infrastructure is shared costs borne by the ratepayer. Well, what's happened in the last 15 years is that as we've built out renewables quite aggressively at 2-to-1, 3-to-1 per megawatt relative to what we're retiring, we've had to connect each one of those renewable projects, and they've been smaller capacity. But the cost to connect it is the same whether it's operating 20% of the time, 40% of the time, or 100% of the time. So as a result, each one of us who are consumers, we look at our utility bill every month, and what do we see? We see half to 2/3 of the charges as shared costs, not the actual power we're consuming. And so as we start talking about AI and data centers, that's the discussion we need to have, which is from a system perspective, like there's 3 legs to the stool here. There's the regulators and the policymakers. There's industry, which is players like the utilities and ourselves. And then there's the off-takers. Well, if one of those legs is wobbly, then the whole thing falls over. And the question in front of us today is, how do we bring in large load, because it's a national security issue, there's an arms race for AI, without compromising reliability and affordability to ratepayers, but then also accommodating the medium to long-term demand growth and supply that's required. And that's going to require solutions that are taking the best and optimizing what we have, whether it's gas, whether it's keeping coal on for a little bit longer, or whether it's incenting large-scale investment in dispatchable generation. But it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. You can't take 1,000 megawatts of dispatchable off the grid and go behind the fence for a data center. You need to be able to work with utilities and regulators and map out a ramp schedule that accommodates the fact that we need that capacity to process and teach these learning models today. But then those those load-serving entities need medium to long-term capacity over time as well.
One of the things, though, that has been concerning for a lot of folks about data centers is the supply chain and environmental impact that they have. Let's talk about 2 of the legs of that stool that you just mentioned. How is industry working with policymakers to address some of these concerns, or what do you need from policymakers to address yet continue to create expansion opportunities?
Well, so this ends up becoming an RTO level or state level conversation. And what we're trying to do is marry 2 separate objectives. And so from a utility or load serving perspective, they file their integrated resource plan, they look at medium to long-term demand, and then they match that with a supply forecast to bring in new demand that ratepayers pay for. The hyperscalers, who have this existential need for power to process and teach these language learning models, need power today, have capital, and have very strict decarbonization objectives as well. And so at a state level, what we need is how do we accommodate, in many places, we've put policies in place over the last 15 years with the primary objective being decarbonization or meeting net zero, without recognizing that we may have incremental demand that we never assumed when we designed those policies. So how do we introduce glide paths today without necessarily compromising those policy objectives? So, for example, in Michigan with the clean energy plan, there's a decarbonization objective around 2035. Well, if Michigan wants to lead on AI and data centers, there's discussion around a new semiconductor plant being put in Michigan. Well, we need thousands of megawatts of new power there. And that will have to come in a timeline that requires new natural gas. But I can't build new natural gas without having carbon capture and sequestration attached to it today. But we're not there today. So if I don't build the new gas, I can't add CCS onto it, and it pushes all of those timelines out. And so that's an example of where we've got to come together and determine at a state level what adjustments or accommodations can we make to the policy objective to allow for the investment to meet the needs of that state.
All right, we have time for one more question before we get the hook here. Your company has cross-continental footprint with major operations out of Phoenix, Edmonton, go Oilers, Calgary, Alberta, and many other locations. So what are some of the key differences in how the US and Canada are navigating the energy demand crisis, and what learnings do you think we should apply here in the US?
What's interesting is we face many of the same challenges on both sides of the border. We have a highly integrated economy between our two countries. There's $1 trillion of trade, 700 billion of it is energy related, and our grids are interconnected. What's interesting is on both sides of the border, we have all types of electricity systems and market structures. We have energy-only markets in Alberta and Texas, and then we have regulated markets across both sides. I think, I wouldn't say there's specific lessons in Canada that we can apply in US. I think the first and most important thing is greater cooperation between Canada and the US. In particular, yes, we're talking about trade and tariffs today, but over the course of the coming months, our governments are going to be looking at the USMCA. But as we think about where the world is, a fortress North America, economically and geopolitically, ensuring Arctic security, winning the AI arms race, all of those lead to a more highly developed and integrated Canada and the US. A successful Canada is a successful US, and a successful US is a successful North America. And so for me, that's where I think our focus should be on both sides of the border.
All right, we'll leave it there today, but thank you so much, Avik, for your time and insights, and thank you again to Capital Power for their partnership in making today's summit possible.
Thanks, Callie.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Callie and Avik. We heard this morning from two Republicans. Now we're going to cross the aisle and hear a bit about the agenda for Democrats, especially on clean energy. So please welcome to the stage the host of the Politico Energy podcast, Josh Siegel, in conversation with New Mexico Senator Martin Heinrich.
Hello, everyone. I'm Josh Siegel, energy reporter covering Congress and the host of Politico's Energy Podcast, joined here today by Senator Martin Heinrich. He's the top Democrat on the Senate Energy Committee. This is a timely conversation, of course, taking place as Republicans are debating their sweeping mega reconciliation bill, which, as written, would sort of determine the future of Inflation Reduction Act tax credits and phase those out. So, Senator, great to have you here at this time.
Great to be here.
So, yeah, I mean, you helped author and pass the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, how much damage could these Republican rollbacks of tax credits, if they stand, have on clean energy manufacturing and, electricity prices?
So I think it's an interesting political moment we're in, because usually when you come into office, if you win an election, you sort of quietly accept the things that your predecessor did that are actually working, and then you try to change the things that are fundamentally not working. Right. And that's not what this bill does. And I think not only the jobs impact, and usually politics is very tied to jobs, but the economic impacts, I think, are underappreciated, because everything that you've heard about here today suggests that we have two trends that are absolutely fundamental right now. We are in a constrained supply environment, and we're in an increased demand environment. And what that says to me is, like, people's electricity bills all over the country are going to go up. Now, the question is, how much damage can we fix? Some of the things I've been really surprised that the House didn't do any advanced nuclear policy, didn't do geothermal policy. I mean, those are places where it shouldn't be particularly political. But what I can guarantee you is that in the next election and the election after that, Republicans are going to own increased energy prices.
Interesting. Yeah, on the politics, I mean, I know a big sort of selling point for Democrats on the IRA and the way it was structured was that these tax credits and spending would help lead to investments in Republican states and districts, which we did see. I mean, why do you think that seemingly has sort of fallen flat, at least with the House Republicans who, voted for a bill that would gut those tax credits?
I think there are two dynamics there that were not fully appreciated. One is that the timeline ended up being shorter than people thought it was going to be. So those jobs are real, and you can document them, and we've seen hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in manufacturing facilities in the United States, in largely red states and districts. But the timeline has been short, so I think those are not fully appreciated. And the other dynamic is just the sort of cultishness around Donald Trump being the leader of the Republican Party right now. Yeah. So it is more important to curry favor with this president than it is to have fidelity with the jobs in your own district and your own state. That is not something we've seen in politics in the United States of America in a very long time.
Yeah, to your point on it not just being Republican state districts, I did have the chance to visit New Mexico a year ago and see some of the activity sparked by the IRA. So that was,
for sure. And we've seen, I mean, the great thing about the last couple of years, we've had lots of challenges in our economy. We had inflation, we've got these supply chain challenges. But from a skilled trades point of view, the last few years have been the best in my adult life in New Mexico. I mean, the skilled trades have been in such high demand. We've been building, facilities at our national labs. We've had huge renewable generation projects. We've had transmission projects. We've had the manufacturing that you were able to see at Array Technologies and our Arcosa wind towers. You add that all up, and it's been a great time to be a welder, an electrician, a laborer, carpenter, you name it.
Yeah. And just looking over to the Senate, there are some Senate Republicans who say they want to ease on the rollbacks that the House did, including Senator John Curtis, who we just saw backstage and will be up here. Is there a compromise potentially that you see as workable for the clean energy industry and for Democrats?
The easiest thing that Republicans could do to really fix a lot of what's wrong with the current reconciliation bill is what John Ketchum talked about in terms of how you place these projects in service. When you start construction, that's a certain date. When you place in service, that's an uncertain date. Yeah. So if you care about finance and you care about banking and want to make these projects bankable, that needs to get changed. And that's a very easy fix. We've never done it this way before, and there's a reason for that, because capital needs to be predictable. I think the foreign entity of concern issue that was also mentioned this morning, that's a real issue in terms of we want projects to be as domestic as possible. It's just completely unworkable in its current form. So to the extent that they could rewrite that with the same goals and the same intent, but make it workable so that business can, whether it's a small modular reactor or renewables project or whatever it is, they know what the rules of the road are.
What if there was an attempt, we saw Energy Secretary Chris Wright yesterday say, keep the tax credits in place for longer, but only for nuclear and geothermal, these baseload firm technologies, and then switch to commence construction. So he was on board with those technologies, but we're hearing a lot of Republicans say, wind and solar, you're good, you have all the tax credits you need for a long time.
Then we'll lose the AI race, right? Like, we have to deal with what we can build today, tomorrow, next year, the year after that. And I think there is enormous potential for advanced nuclear, for advanced geothermal, but the timeline for those is 5 to 10 years. What are we going to do now? What are we going to do in 2026 and 2027 when well over 90% of your of the oncoming pipeline of energy projects are renewables plus storage? You're not solving anything if you handicap those. And so I think it's important for folks to realize it takes 5-6 years to get a combined cycle natural gas turbine right now. It takes 5 to 10 years to build an advanced geothermal or nuclear plant in this environment. So if you're not building renewables and storage in the next 5 years, you're only artificially increasing the cost of electricity everywhere, and I don't think consumers are going to stand for that. And you're not meeting the AI challenges that everyone is talking about. So it's like a unilateral disarmament of energy in the next 5 years. And I think if this moves forward in its current form, there is going to be an enormous political price to pay for that, because people will see it and feel it in their utility bills.
And then, sticking on reconciliation, the Senate Energy Committee, of which you're the ranking member, is expected as soon as today to release their text. One point we're expected to see is this public land sales provision. Chairman Mike Lee has been outspoken that he's trying to find some sort of compromise. We saw House Republicans fight over that and end up stripping it out of their bill. Well, I mean, this is a very animating issue for you. So why is that? And do you think if they do include some sort of public land sales provision, it could jeopardize passage between the chambers and reconciling that?
Yeah, I think what you saw in the House is indicative of just how controversial this issue is, especially among Western members. People's livelihoods and their best memories are directly tied to times with their family and friends on public lands. And so when you have this dogmatic, really think tank, and I use air quotes for think tank, driven approach to public lands, it becomes wildly unpopular. And that's why you saw a lot of Republicans even dig in the House and say, if this is in the bill, we're not voting for it. So I think if that becomes baked into the Senate effort, it could easily jeopardize passage in the House again.
Interesting. Yeah, and just wanted to turn to New Mexico quickly, again, getting to see it firsthand. I mean, two southeastern counties, the Permian is very predominant there. It's one of the top producing, these are two of the top producing counties for oil and gas in the country. You're also a strong conservation advocate. We're seeing renewables really grow in New Mexico. So how do you sort of balance that in New Mexico? How do you pull that off?
In New Mexico, I think, one, we come from a culture that is very conservation oriented, and that's baked into a lot of people. And so we've realized from the start that this is a transition. It's coming whether we like it or not. And we're better off if we have agency and we manage that transition. And so that's what you've seen in New Mexico is simultaneously trying to deal with where we are now, but thinking about the future and making investments based on that.
Interesting. And do you think Democrats can learn anything from sort of how you're still promoting the need for more oil and gas in New Mexico as the economy grows, power demand grows, and we know there are some Democrats very opposed to fossil fuels.
I think there's a lot that can be learned with how Democrats have negotiated those issues in New Mexico. One, from a deep position of respect for anybody who works hard for a living. I mean, if you start there, you're not behind. And I think a lot of Democrats have gotten that tone all wrong. And if you want to see a good example of that, look at somebody like Gabe Vasquez, who represents a huge, sprawling congressional district in southern New Mexico that incorporates part of the Permian, that has large numbers of oil and gas workers, but is also leading the way on transitional technologies.
I'm wondering if you have any regrets voting to confirm DOE Secretary Chris Wright, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, just given, they made some promises sort of, we're going to be all the above energy when they were before your committee, and it seems like they've tipped the scales for fossil fuels, nuclear power as well, but not so much for renewables.
I would say not effectively for nuclear. I don't see this administration puts out EOs. EOs don't build things. And when it comes to nuclear, I don't care if you want to build an API 1000 on any of these existing, already permitted spots around the country, you don't handicap the Loan Program Office. I mean, there is one president who's built nuclear in the last 25 years, and it was Joe Biden. And so why take those tools out of the toolbox? So that's disappointing. I want to have an open conversation with every secretary that I'm going to need to interact with for my state. And that's why I voted for both of those secretaries. And we do have open conversations. We often disagree, but I'm able to pick up the phone and call those folks. And that has important value for my constituents.
So you wouldn't take back the vote as well? Okay. And then just turning to FERC quickly, we saw the White House last week move to replace Republican FERC Chairman Mark Christie, nominating Laura Sweat to replace him. We've already seen Willie Phillips is leaving as well. I mean, how concerned are you about this upheaval at FERC, given they've been outspoken, the Trump administration, about wanting to assert more control over independent agencies like FERC?
I think that industry very much appreciates the role of independent agencies like FERC, because their job is to be a regulator and not to be a policy shop. And Republican and Democratic FERC members have been able to pull that off for the most part for a long time. And I think we should all value, because I've been in the minority in the Senate, the majority in the Senate. I've seen the trifecta in both cases. What I want to see is a functional FERC. That's what's most important, because that creates investment certainty for the country. And that is something that used to mean a great deal to many of my Republican colleagues. And I hope for those Republican colleagues who still care about investment certainty in our country, that they'll fix some of the things in this current reconciliation bill that are going to create an enormous amount of uncertainty.
What's your level of interest in continuing this forever ongoing conversation about comprehensive bipartisan permitting reform, given this administration on the executive level has really gone about it themselves in cutting environmental reviews, specifically for the types of projects they want to see developed in the fossil fuel space? Can you trust them to implement if you go around and try to work out a bipartisan deal?
I'm not going to predict what this administration is ever going to do, because they're an out-of-the-box, unorthodox administration. That doesn't change the fundamental piece of this that I was just talking about, which is creating certainty for capital investment. And short-circuiting environmental review doesn't do that. But we have a problem in this country in that I believe we need to be a country that can build big things again and do it on a time frame that is meaningful. So I think you're aware of the SunZia project in New Mexico. That's
transmission, right?
3.5 gigawatts of generation plus 550 miles of high voltage transmission. That's billions and billions of dollars of investment in the Southwest. And it took 17 years to get to permitted certainty on that project. We should be able to get to yes or no on a 5-year time frame, a 4-year time frame. So we need to do permitting reform. And what I would say is, we have a really good template. I mean, we created bipartisan permitting reform in the Energy and Natural Resources Committee in the last Congress. And my approach to legislation has always been, once you get enough consensus to where you're only losing a few members, I mean, trying to remember who voted no on the committee. It was maybe Josh Hawley, Bernie Sanders.
But is Mike Lee actually engaging on this? And I mean, Manchin, that was when Manchin was chairman.
It's low-hanging fruit.
Okay.
So if he were to pull that up in front of the committee, I think it would even have wider support on the committee than it did in the last Congress.
But there haven't really been conversations.
There have been conversations, but obviously it has not been marked up, and we should do that.
And then just absent permitting reform, assuming GOP, they do gut the tax credits in some way on the IRA. I mean, how challenging will it be to meet increasing power demands from AI data centers and electrification?
Yeah. You just can't do it. Like if you say, one of the things we've seen this administration do is like take a fully permitted project like Empire Wind and issue an illegal stop work order that costs private industry $50 million a week. If you're going to insert that kind of uncertainty and 90 to 95% of your supply is currently wind, solar, and batteries, because that's what you can build fast and cheap and permit in 2 years, you're simply not going to meet that demand. And that means, once again, higher electricity rates for consumers.
All right, thank you, Senator Heinrich. It was good to see you outside the Senate basement.
Great to see you.
We're in an elevator. Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Josh and Senator Heinrich. My colleagues have been writing a lot recently about the Senate swing votes, the senators who are going to really shape the mega bill debate, and our next guest is always in the mix. So please welcome to the stage White House Bureau Chief Dasha Burns in conversation with Utah Senator John Curtis.
Hello, everybody. As my colleague just said, I'm Dasha Burns. I'm the White House Bureau Chief for Politico and the Chief Playbook Correspondent, joined today by Senator John Curtis. He's the chairman of the Environment and Public Works Subcommittee, and you became really known for your work in the House, becoming kind of the go-to Republican on climate issues, founding the Conservative Climate Caucus. So we've got a lot to talk about today. Thank you so much for being here.
It's a delight to be with you. Thank you. Yeah.
So a lot of folks here know about your work in the House when it comes to climate issues. Are we going to be seeing the same guy, the same go-to climate Republican in the Senate?
I'm frequently asked that same question, and the answer is, of course,
Oh,
yes.
shoot, I'm sorry I didn't surprise you at the outset here.
Yeah. But I'm the first to admit the culture of the Senate is so radically different than the culture in the House. That my role will be different. For instance, we don't really do the caucus thing. So founding the Conservative Climate Caucus, I just can't duplicate that, if that makes sense, over in the Senate. And I think, too, if we're honest, my timing was so perfect in the House. And Senate Republicans, I think, are further than House Republicans were on climate than when I did that over in the House. So
How so?
Well, I think they're more willing to talk about climate over in the House. When I introduced the climate conversation, no Republicans were talking climate in the House 7 years ago when I did that. But they are in the Senate.
I don't feel like I've seen that much, especially, I mean, the Trump administration has made clear that this is not a priority of theirs. Energy is, but not energy as it pertains to climate issues. So how do you balance that as the go-to climate Republican? And are you going to push the administration on this issue?
So I think one of my challenges right now, obviously, and I'm sure this is in the questions coming up, is the reconciliation.
Don't get ahead of me.
I know, reconciliation. But I really think one of my jobs is to point out to Senate Republicans how much what the decisions we're making now really impact the Trump energy agenda. And we want energy dominance as a country. Well, I think some of these decisions we're making on reconciliation actually impact that in a pretty dramatic way. And I think one of my jobs is to get Republicans to divorce themselves from the kind of the angst at the IRA because of the way it developed and what it is.
Because it's attached to a Democrat?
Yeah, well, no, like anytime reconciliation happens, it doesn't matter if it's Republicans doing tax reform or Democrats doing Affordable Care Act, the other side is excluded. And that breeds a really bad environment afterwards for bipartisanship. And so there is a lot of feelings that, hey, it's the IRA, it's bad. And one of my jobs is to get Republicans to step back and say, let's evaluate each one of these incentives on its merit. And I think if they do, they'll find a lot of them are important for the energy agenda, not only of President Trump, but of the country.
How do you do that, though, when there is so much toxicity politically around the IRA and around, like we were talking about this backstage just now, the conversation around climate? Like, do you need new words? because the words that
Yes.
Democrats use have gotten this branding, this bad branding in
Let me give you a really
circles?
good contrast. If we were having a conversation about immigration, and particularly a number of years ago, if the term "the wall" came up, it evokes automatically, right, the defense, like, and almost.
There's a gut reaction with some of these terms.
The word "the wall," and the reality of it's not, in my opinion, it's not so much the wall that people are opposed to; it's everything that's packed into that. And I think the word climate does the same thing for Republicans. They naturally hear the word, and they want to, right? They want to fight. And the best analogy I can give you is if you or any of your listeners have ever been to a timeshare presentation. Okay, right? Those of you that laugh
I hear chuckles,
know where I'm going with this. If you've got somebody whose job it is to get you to do something you probably don't want to do, and so when they ask you a question like, "Mr. Curtis, do you love your kids?" I'm going to say no, because the next question is, then why wouldn't you support the Green New Deal, right? And I think that's how a lot of Republicans feel. And so the words are important. And what I did with the Conservative Climate Caucus is, look, we really de-escalated what I call the litmus test, which is the climate changing and is man, causing that change? Well, that's the equivalent of the timeshare question, because the next question is, well, then why won't you support the Green New Deal? So I would ask questions like, do you want to leave the earth better than you found it? Is more pollution better than less pollution? Well, of course, like now we can have this conversation, and it just really does matter. Words do matter.
Do you think Democrats should start talking about it differently too?
Of course, yeah, of course. Because do you really want to engage in a thoughtful conversation about how to leave the earth better than you found it, or do you want to embarrass somebody? And it feels like, if you're not careful, that you're just trying to embarrass instead of engage in a meaningful conversation.
So you're rebranding timeshares and climate change.
Yeah, exactly. You heard it here, yeah.
You took me there. Let's talk about reconciliation.
Yeah.
What changes do you want to see?
Yeah, so here again, I think each one of these tax provisions should be evaluated in a vacuum, and we should decide, I think, a couple of things. One is, does it advance our economy? Does it ultimately bring more revenue into the Treasury if we keep these things? Are these Republican agendas, nuclear, geothermal, and some of these things? And if the answer is yes, let's be very careful about not breaking it. If the answer is no, and I think a lot of people right now understand that certain of these credits have run their life cycle, are we being fair to business in the way that we're phasing them out? And people.
Do you think you are right now as it stands?
No, I think that banks, the investors have invested billions of dollars based on the rules of the road. And you have employees who have set careers based on these things. And if they're to go, and I do think some of them should go, if they're to go, let's just be thoughtful in how we phase them out. Let's not destroy careers and things like that. Let's give people a chance to adjust. So in the case of those that it's time to phase them out, I think how we phase them out matters.
What are some specifics you're proposing?
Well, and it did have the advantage, and I heard Senator Heinrich from New Mexico before, and what's interesting is our talking points are not a whole lot different. So for instance, the date of service versus the start date is a big deal. If I'm a bank and there is a date here that says if your project isn't done by this date, the bank is not likely going to lend on that, because what if there's a natural disaster? What if there's a supply chain issue? The number of things, right, that can change that date of completion. So changing it to say something about the date started would be a really significant difference and not really hurt the intent of what Republicans are trying to do on this bill. Is just one example.
Crystal ball, you've been in the House, now you're in the Senate. Is this thing going to pass?
Yes. I can't tell you what it's going to look like or when it's going to pass.
By July 4th, do you think that's realistic?
Well, let me just say, I think a lot of us would be surprised if it passed by July 4th. But I think that's a false deadline. I don't think that we need to put a specific deadline on it. Let's get it right, I guess is what I would say, rather than fast. And there's a lot to impact the American people here. So my opinion is, let's get it right.
Your party has always talked about an all-of-the-above approach on energy. How hard are you pushing for that? Like, there are no winners and losers in all of the above, but are there winners and losers in this bill?
So I think, first of all, to step back and say an all of the above, you have to admit that we have given some of those all of the aboves a head start, and we have predetermined that they are the winners. And there's no better example to me than electric vehicles, where government predetermined before the marketplace did that they are the best answer. There's some really good data that says that a hybrid is actually better for the environment than an electric vehicle. Well, if government has predetermined that it's an EV, the market doesn't get a chance, right, to run that out. And I do think that as we talk about all of the above, we have to be careful and say, well, what of all of the above actually needs and is appropriate to have some poking and prodding from government? Nuclear is a really good example. We know the cost of nuclear and what's ahead of us is so substantial that investors alone, even though the market wants to go there, can't get there without some poking and prodding from government. And I think that's really appropriate in that case. Solar, on the other hand, has had many decades of poking and prodding and is actually doing very well. And so you look at the market, yes, we want all of these things there, but what's responsibility of government is also very hard to actually determine and should be really thoughtful.
Do you think the Trump administration is over-indexing on oil and gas and even coal, given it seems like they're sort of pulling out and seeding the ground when it comes to solar and other renewable energy sources?
I believe for us to get to our energy future, we're going to need 100% of everything. Everything.
That doesn't seem to be how this administration sees it.
So I think that what you're, and this is me speculating, right? This is not anything that I know for a fact from the administration, but I think what you're sensing is an overreaction to the demonizing that we've had of fossil fuels and how they should be 100% eliminated. And perhaps what you're seeing is simply a reaction to that, to say, wait a minute.
Each side is pushing the other to kind of an all or nothing.
Yeah, and the reality of it is, I think when you step back, if you're talking about the energy demands of 2050, let alone 2030 or 2035 is, I don't think we get there without every bit of renewables, every bit of fossil fuels, every bit of nuclear, every bit of new technology that is still emerging and that we're finding out about. And I kind of put geothermal in that category. It's really exciting what's happening there. And I think we're going to need all of that. And I want it to be in the United States, right? And I think we all do. We want U.S. to be dominant in these things. And so in that process, let's not crush any of it.
Don't roll your eyes at me, but I have to ask about Elon Musk.
Sure, yeah.
He has called this one big, beautiful bill a disgusting abomination. He's been criticizing the deficit, the rising deficit, and saying that it would bankrupt America. Do you think he has a point?
So, I think one of the great misfortunes is the inability of us to capture Elon Musk's brilliance in the things we do in government, and then likewise Elon Musk to realize with his brilliance how to impact government. And for instance, I wish that Elon Musk, because he does feel that way, was more articulate in what he would like different in the bill. And he could have a tremendous power, I think, if he would say, look, these are the things I think you've got wrong in the bill. Here's how you fix the bill. That's far more productive than what he's currently doing. I don't think his current trajectory is going to have much influence on the bill, where I think if we could somehow connect, like I say, with his brilliance and shaping the bill to be more, let's better understand what he wants. I couldn't tell you right now exactly why he hates the bill. Now, if I'm a U.S. Senator voting on this bill and I don't know why he hates it, you can see how he's missed an opportunity.
I see. So you think he could have more influence if he were clearer about his objections?
And if he would stop and slow down and realize the way that Washington works, because what he does with the business is very different, and the culture and everything is so different than what we do in Washington, D.C. And there is a place for his style and what he does in government. There's a lot we could learn from him, and vice versa. there's a lot he could learn about government and the way we do things.
You know, I think a lot of people were watching this war between Trump and Musk play out on social media. There were memes, but like there are real practical impacts to those kinds of individuals having this falling out. Do you think it has impacted the process of reconciliation?
I don't think so. I think most of us are not paying attention to it. I can tell you, I'm not.
I've gotten a number of calls. I mean, some people say it's...
When I say us, I mean my colleagues.
Okay.
So those of us who are going to be voting on this, we're just, at least in my circle, the people that I talk to, we're not spending much time on this. We're spending a lot of time on our decisions, on the different things going into the bill. This to us is almost just noise.
Given the conversation around climate is something that the administration has tried to stay away from, do you think some of our allies are going to move on without us on this climate issue? Like, I mean, do you think the U.S. should have a presence at COP30?
So,
go?
shocker, I've been to COP for 3 times. I've been to COP. I think it's incredibly important for conservative Republicans to go to COP. When we're not there, the world misses good ideas. And I can give you a really good example.
Are you going to go?
Yes. 3 years ago when I went, it's been actually 4 years, nuclear was out of fashion at COP. Republicans were shouting from the housetop nuclear, but we weren't going to COP. We weren't in the right discussions. And this is why I think it's been a huge mistake for Republicans to not engage.
How do you convince them, though, to get into the room? Like, can you have this conversation with the administration?
Well, I will tell you, in the House, everybody said I could never do what I did, and today there's 90 members of a caucus that says Conservative Climate Caucus, Republican members. You can get them to engage. They want to, and this is what I'll go to the mat on. Republicans care as deeply as anyone else about leaving the earth better than we found it. We talked a little bit earlier in our conversation about the way we talk about it. Yes, it's true, we talk about it differently. Sometimes we're put off by some of the climate conversations, but I can guarantee you we care as deeply as anybody about these things.
Well, but it's not just talk at the end of the day, because the talk does lead to policy, and the Republican policies have not been the friendliest to the climate.
So, I know, but this is where I have to just almost shout from the housetops. The United States has reduced more greenhouse gas emissions than the next 10 greenhouse gas emitting countries combined. We never talk about that.
Why aren't Republicans talking about that?
That's my point. Thank you. See, when we're not at the table, we don't get to make those points. I literally believe the Republicans could lay out an energy priority list about how we proceed on energy that would reduce more emissions than the Green New Deal, keep prices affordable, keep energy reliable, make the United States dominant, without demonizing the fossil fuel. Well, you're right. This is why I am, as a Republican, talking about it, because we need to. And when we don't bring our ideas to the table to debate them, they're not part of the eventual answer. Of course, we don't like it, right? And so the best thing that could happen for energy policy is Republicans and Democrats to sit down at a table and pound these things out.
When you make that happen, I will give you a big round of applause.
So here again, I will say it happens more than people think. You know, Senator Heinrich, who was just here, we're having these conversations. I think a lot of his dialogue with you was really, with Josh, was really positive. There are a lot of these conversations going on. And like most of what happens, we don't do a good job of talking about what we actually agree on. We do a really good job about talking about what we disagree on.
Well, here you are shouting from the rooftops, rebranding timeshares and climate change. Senator,
you heard it
here.
So yeah, you heard it here. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
You,
Senator.
Yeah. I'll follow you.
Thank you, Dasha and Senator Curtis. You can hear more from Dasha Burns on her new podcast, The Conversation, so be sure to check that out. Up next, I'm pleased to bring to the stage Politico's Vice President of Media Solutions, Heidi Sommer, in conversation with David Brown, the Senior Vice President of Federal Government Affairs and Public Policy at Constellation Energy.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us here today for our Energy Summit. It's a thrill to be here with you all. And I want to send a special thank you to our partner, Constellation, for making today's program possible. We're going to be really focused in this conversation on nuclear energy. And to help us unpack what's ahead for America's nuclear energy future, I'm joined by David Brown, Senior Vice President of Federal Government Affairs and Public Policy at Constellation. David, thank you so much for being here.
Great. Thank you, Heidi.
David brings deep expertise at the intersection of energy innovation and federal policy, and Constellation operates the nation's largest nuclear fleet. So we're very glad to have you here today to lend us your expertise. So David, I want to start with a bit of a two-part question. One, our audience is certainly very familiar with Constellation, but help set the scene a little bit more for your work in the nuclear space. And then I want to pivot into and really get down to some of the fundamentals. We've talked about this in the lead up, but why do you see nuclear as so much more reliable than other sources of energy like renewables or fossil fuels?
Sure, thanks. So as you said, we're the largest owner and operator of commercial nuclear plants in the U.S. We've got 21 units in 4 states and another part ownership in 4 other units. So that gives us about 10% of the nation's carbon-free electrons, which is really fantastic. And they are reliable. Nuclear, just the numbers alone speak for themselves. The nation's 94 nuclear plants operate about 93% of the time, rain or shine, and that makes them more reliable than anything else that's out there on the grid. And when you talk to Americans, they want energy that is reliable, affordable, and clean, and nuclear kind of is in a position to provide that whole package.
So we've talked about nuclear energy being very much a bipartisan issue at this point. A recent Gallup poll found that a majority of Americans now favor the use of nuclear energy. We know that that hasn't always been the case. So from your mind, David, what's changed, and what about the country's current energy portfolio is making nuclear more appealing to a wider constituency?
Yeah, so I think 2 things there. I think obviously the safety record of the industry in the U.S. has been phenomenal. Historically, we are always held hostage to the worst performer in the industry, but that's been a great experience for the industry. We hold each other accountable, and it's reflected in the reliability of the plants, the safety of the plants. Very few folks realize that working in a nuclear plant is 3 times safer than working in a bookstore. It's an odd OSHA statistic, but it's out there. And so, the other thing that I think that has helped our public standing is just people are more aware of what we bring to the table. So we operate all the time. We're affordable. We're America's cleanest resource in terms of providing clean megawatts. Nuclear provides about 19% of the generation mix, but it's about 45% of the carbon-free mix. So I think all that is combining to really lift public approval. I'd also say the most heartening part of that is that the closer you get to a nuclear plant, the higher the approval ratings. People who live around the plants are comfortable, see the benefits, are the most supportive.
Those are really interesting data points, and especially the OSHA stat that you mentioned. The question around infrastructure with many of these nuclear plants is aging, and a lot of organizations are really focused on how we upscale that, how we build new nuclear plants, which I imagine is playing into some of the improvements and increased safety that folks are feeling. But what do you think needs to happen to most urgently confront some of the those infrastructure challenge and how we actually expand nuclear capacity in the U.S.?
Yeah, so I think aging is something that comes up frequently. These plants were originally licensed for 40 years. That was more of a financial relationship than any kind of a safety-related issue. The commission at NRC also allows us to extend those licenses for another 20 years. Most nuclear plants in the U.S. are already licensed to run for 60 years. Some plants are licensed to run for 80, and there's already discussion about plants possibly running for 100 years. And you may say, wow, that's kind of crazy. But while the outside of the plant is about 50, 60 years old at this point, the interior components are much newer. So when we have a refueling outage, which occurs every 18 to 24 months, our folks may perform as many as 10,000 different tasks within the plant, and they're constantly changing out components to maintain that reliability. We're anticipating what components might be on the verge of timing out or aging out, and so we proactively change those before anything happens, because the last thing you want to do is shut down a plant in the middle of a nice extended run.
So when you're talking about plants running for like up to 100 years, that is an impressive length of time, and this is a really big investment across the nation. And so this conversation here is national reach, but we're here in Washington. So on this platform, what is your specific ask to policymakers in realizing nuclear energy's promise? What's your specific ask for policymakers and legislators here in Washington?
Yeah, so I think today we heard a lot about the need for more power and the need for more power quickly. And nuclear really is well positioned to deliver that. And deliver it in the near term as well. While I would agree that new plant development is kind of on a longer time frame, and I'm a little more optimistic than John Ketchum was about the time frame, but it's 5 to 10 years. I think that's fair to say. There's a lot that we can do with the existing fleet. So at Constellation, we are in the middle of restarting a previously shuttered reactor at 3 Mile Island. That was part of a 20-year power purchase agreement with Microsoft. We're going to restart that plant and then extend the license for another 20 years to put 835 megawatts of power on the grid. We think we can do that in 2028, possibly 2027. The other thing that we can do is kind of squeeze more out of our existing plants through what they call power uprates. Hundreds of these have been done at our existing fleet, but we've got the ability to do even more. And those are very quick relative to new build, 3, 4, 5 years. And the Electric Power Research Institute has estimated that we can probably add 5,000 to 8,000 new megawatts of nuclear just by changing out turbines and other components in the existing fleet to get more out of those plants. Third thing we're doing is the license extension to lock those plants in for another 20 years, and then we get to the new build.
So as we were saying, earlier, there is bipartisan support for this, but I want to end here on, again, a bit of a two-part question. One, what do you see as being really at stake here if policymakers don't come together to support the future of nuclear power? And what else is making you optimistic about the future to feel like that collaboration is going to continue and that there's real momentum here?
Yeah, I think the consequences aren't something that we have to speculate about. We know what they will be. This conversation would have been much different 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the U.S. had just shuttered 13 plants before the end of their licensed lives. We were seeing tremendous job loss, and about half of the fleet was really at risk of shutting before the end of their licenses. If you look at what happened in Germany when they shut down their plants, we talked about affordable, reliable, clean. Their power prices went up, their reliability suffered, and their emissions went up. So they've lost much of their industrial base due to high power prices because they tried to do this without nuclear. I think the lessons are clear for the U.S., and I think it's a lesson that policymakers aren't anxious to repeat. I think in terms of optimism, it is that bipartisan support, and we see it across the board. We saw it in the Biden administration with the IRA incentives. We see it in the Trump administration with these executive orders that came out a couple of weeks ago. The president's talked about quadrupling nuclear capacity in the U.S. It's a big challenge, but one that we can meet. And so we're ready to hit on all cylinders and go get it.
Well, David, that is all the time we have for today, but thank you for also ending us on the high note. It sounds like there's a lot of amazing groundwork that's been done, but still a lot of work to do. So thank you for joining us and sharing your perspective.
Great.
And to Constellation for your partnership today.
Thanks so much.
Thank you all so much for coming, and we're going to go on to the break.
All right, thank you so much. So to give you a quick preview of what's to come, because we have a great lineup ahead, if you're interested in the Biden administration's climate legacy and what's happening to it now, we'll have former Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. If you're interested in FERC and the future of the agency and its independence, we're going to hear from 2 former FERC chairs. And then later in our program, we're also going to hear from Jared Agin, the Executive Director of the National Energy Dominance Council, all about Trump's agenda. So lots of speakers still to come. Next, to send you into your break, please welcome to the stage Executive Editor of E&E News, Cy Zaneski.
Good morning, everyone. For more than 25 years, E&E News has been producing daily journalism's most complete coverage of energy and environment news. We do it the old-fashioned way, shoe leather reporting. We talk to all the players, we get the facts, and we deliver the goods to our subscribers 5 times a day. Our loyal readers, in turn, show their appreciation by re-upping their subscriptions at a rate northward of 90% a year. For all our subscribers here today, and all subscribers to Politico Pro, we have 2 breakout sessions available. One is called Mapping Global Energy Alliances, and the second is Powering the AI Future. If you walk out of this auditorium and look to the left, you will see signs for the breakout sessions. If you are not a subscriber and did not pre-register, there are still some seats available on a first-come, first-served basis. For everyone else, you now have a break. You can learn more about E&E News and our Pro products in the breakout lounge directly across the hall. You can use this time for refreshments, networking, catching up on all those emails that have piled up. But be back here at 11. Where we will be joined by former Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm and the rest of our great lineup. For all of our E&E News subscribers here today, thank you. And for all who don't subscribe, please give us a look. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will resume shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will resume shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will resume shortly.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed a brief but insightful break and hopefully checked out some of the breakout sessions on AI and on mapping the global landscape for energy. Now I'd like to bring to the stage for our next session a Playbook managing editor and author, Jack Blanchard, in conversation with former Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm.
Thank you very much. As you just heard, my name is Jack Blanchard. I'm the author and the managing editor of our morning Playbook newsletter, which hopefully you will start your day with. And I am very happy, delighted to be joined by Secretary Jennifer Granholm, as you already know, served as the Secretary of Energy under Joe Biden for 4 years, now brings her expertise to the DGA group as a senior counselor, and to us all here today. Welcome, Secretary.
Thanks so much. Great to be on, Jack.
Thank you for coming. Of course, I want to talk about the bill going through Congress at the moment. Let's just talk first a little bit about your time in government now, because energy policy was obviously so central to what the Biden administration was trying to do. You got your own big, beautiful bill passed through Congress, if I can put it that way. But somehow when we got to the next election, it wasn't seen as a key campaign point for Joe Biden and subsequently Kamala Harris. When you look back at it, do you feel like you didn't quite get the credit you should have done for what you did?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, no doubt. The two bills, really, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, they spurred so much activity in building out our energy. But here's the challenge, is that, so by the end of, December of 2024, we counted at DOE 950 announcements of factories that were coming to America or expanding in America. So for everybody who cares about reshoring, et cetera, bing, 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 it was happening. However, a lot of those were either announcements or maybe groundbreakings, but not so much yet ribbon cuttings. So contracts were being let, but so the point is that people on the ground, in spotty areas were feeling it because they were being hired, but in a lot of places that hadn't begun yet. And so I'm a former governor of Michigan too. And in Michigan, the loss of manufacturing jobs and the offshoring of manufacturing jobs is so huge. So the notion of being part of an effort to reshore and bring all this back, and just in the energy column alone, and since there are 195 countries who have signed on to the Paris Agreement, that means there's demand in the world for these products, for this technology, this equipment. And the question is, who was going to be building it? And we had been on this path to be the place where that was happening. And so I was really proud of that, but I wish we had been able to get it passed in the first year, so that you would be able to see the ramifications much more clearly on the ground.
Is there a political lesson, though, to learn there? Because you have to work, obviously, within the realities of politics. The Democrats lost the next election, as we all know. Is there something you could have done?
Well, I think this administration has shown that if you approach things with singular purpose, you can move more rapidly, especially if you have control of both chambers. But the bottom line is, moving more rapidly would have been preferable. We, of course, were at the whims of what was happening in Congress also. But that would, I think for every next president coming up, and, everybody wants to move fast, it's not even a question. But in terms of these kinds of projects that have long lead times, getting it done early so that you can actually see the benefit on the ground, I think is an important lesson.
Do you think, as you look now at the bill that is going through Congress, are there any positives you can take from what you see? Can you say something that you're pleased about?
So here's what I would say. I am positive and excited about what I heard from Senator Curtis, that there is some potential for amelioration. I was glad that some in the House listened. The House listened in terms of the challenges for the nuclear provisions, in terms of the, placed into service deadlines and the beginning of construction deadlines. However, I don't think it's enough realistically. So what I'm hopeful for is that these kind of conversations are really helpful. For example, when John Ketchum, for those of you who were here for that, when he was here earlier, and he was explaining that, all of the above, fine, but let's make sure we sequence it right. So if we really want to push on natural gas, or we really want to push on nuclear, and you can't get a turbine until 2031, and yet FERC, and you've got the two FERC chairmen coming on after me, FERC at the end of last year said we need, by 2030, 128 gigawatts of power, 128 to be added for AI and electrification. And I've heard the other people on this panel or up here saying it's 150. Whatever that number is, it's a lot. So let's not cut out the biggest portion of what has been added to the grid in the past couple of years. So I'm really proud of the fact that last year there was a record amount of clean power added to the grid. There was, if you add in hydroelectric and you add in the Vogtle plant, the nuclear plant, it was over 60 gigawatts of clean power. That's a record amount of solar. And that same number-ish was projected for this year. So if you add 120 gigawatts in 2 years, and some of that is intermittent and some of that is firm, and you have to get to 128 firm by 2030, we were on the trajectory to get there. But if you eliminate the tax credits, and as everybody has been saying, the investors, the developers, the market right now is just frozen. It is frozen. Nobody's doing anything until they get the rules of the road. So all of that is to say, I think that these conversations are really helpful to get everybody to understand what is happening and the timing of it. And so if we're able to sequence it, let's keep these incentives in place until we can get other forms. I understand the desire to wean off of incentives over the longer haul, but we have this urgent moment. So if the urgent moment and the incentives have propelled energy being added to the grid, let's keep that going, because we know the AI role is happening. And then you can talk about winnowing that down once the other forms of power come on.
The bill is obviously still an uncertain piece of legislation, but we can kind of see the contours of it, and I think I would expect it's going to pass in some form over the next few weeks. What's the best way forward for the Democrats, given that reality? Do you just say, well, we're going to bring it all back in again? Is there something smart?
Well, I think, honestly, everybody has to be really thoughtful about this, and you can't be demonizing one side or the other. Everybody wants to say, let's reshore manufacturing. I haven't heard anybody say that's a bad idea. We want to get more manufacturing in the United States, especially advanced manufacturing. If you want to do that, what is the best way to do it? Can you build on the incentives that were in the Inflation Reduction Act to make the kinds of products that will make America lead? Those kinds of things I think you can have bipartisan consensus on, and I think Democrats should be saying that. Similarly, adding generation to the grid. I think that there are ways that Democrats can point to being this pro-growth, pro-clean energy party, and pro-resilience, and pro-reliable grid. All of that. If you take all of that renewable power and you add batteries to it, and you sync it up right, renewables become baseload-like. So let's focus on the battery research and deployment. There's a lot of battery companies that are out there now that are doing 10-hour-plus batteries. NextEra has got a partnership with EOS, for example, to do that. So let's focus on continuing to develop these technologies as Democrats. Let's focus on the incentives that will get us to where we need to be. Let's listen to the importance of making sure we have deficit control, and I think we can get there. And similarly, I think that we can get there somewhat in the provisions in this bill. If they fix the three things that everybody's talking about, the transferability of the credits, the FIAC rigor, which is impossible to work with, and the placed in service timelines, if they fix those three technical fixes, then I think it could be workable.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Well, I heard a number of voices up here saying that those, if you can be careful about how you talk about it, these are technical fixes to things that are unworkable, and the business community has asked for this, and they've asked for certainty. So I'm hopeful that there will be willing ears to listen.
You put a lot of emphasis on your time in power on EVs and the future of the EV market. What do you think in terms of what the president is doing with tariffs on China? And do you have some sympathy with the idea of higher tariffs?
Well, I mean, Joe Biden put tariffs on EVs as well, and I certainly have sympathy in making sure that we are in the lead on this. However, when you take away the tax incentives for the build out of the batteries for EVs, then you are basically, potentially just saying, China, it's yours. Because China is developing this, and they see our pullback as their opportunity. And, we talk about critical minerals, of course, in the batteries. We talk about the battery supply chain. China has big-footed the United States in that. We were starting to get some of that back. The responsible extraction of lithium, of graphite, of all these projects that the Loan Program Office funded to be able to fill in the gaps in the supply chain. The anode, the cathode, the separator material, the electrolyte, all of these businesses coming to America to build up this battery supply chain. If you eliminate the incentives to have these public-private partnerships for that to happen, then you are ceding the territory on EVs, on critical minerals, on national security, in my opinion, to our adversaries. And I'm hopeful that people see the importance of having public-private partnerships in order for these critical industries to succeed in America, because though there is no doubt that there is an industrial strategy in China that is subsidizing what's happening there, and therefore they have a leg up on selling to a global market.
The sort of king of EVs, if I can put it that way, is still Elon Musk, who's a man who's rarely out of the headlines and certainly been on a bit of a journey the last few years, if I can put it that way. Do you see him as a positive force in this conversation?
Well, he certainly has been. I mean, obviously Tesla's been an amazing car, industry product, et cetera. He's obviously been incredible. Obviously, the later part of his journey has been more challenging, we'll say. And I am worried about the tax credits. I know they're not in the House bill, but I also know that if you take away the demand side incentives for people to purchase electric vehicles, and remember, these tax credits were pegged to income, so it's not like a bunch of wealthy people get the $7,500 tax credit. But if you take away the demand side, then what you have done is essentially gutted the ability for all of these batteries that had announced they were coming to the United States to be successful. The projections are that taking away those credits will reduce the EV sales by 40%. And that means all of the batteries that we're building out in anticipation of a big push in EVs become stranded assets. And so they're not going to turn on. And that, again, is benefiting our economic adversaries rather than building up this capability in the United States. So my worry is that for Mr. Musk engaging in this fight in a way that is counterproductive will further cement many in Congress's and the president's potentially desire to take away those credits.
Would you like to see the Democrats work more closely with him? Now he seems to have distanced himself a little from the White House.
Well, I think the Democrats would welcome him helping us out politically, but financially, et cetera. But maybe not. I don't know. I'm not running, but I do know people who are, and I'm thinking, but it all depends. Is he good? Is it bad? It's a little hard to know how that comes out. The story is not over yet, obviously. What time is it?
It's probably changed even
Right.
while we've been speaking. I haven't had my X feed in front of me. Is there a different way that Democrats can talk about this stuff that would resonate more with voters than it did when you were in the administration?
It's such a great question because we all know that climate change is not the highest on people's list, right? But I think that attracting jobs in America and leading the competition in the world and lowering energy costs, I think those are really important things. If you eliminate the robust ability for the build out of say, solar, which is the cheapest form of energy, then you substitute it with a more expensive form of energy, or you don't substitute it fast enough with any form of energy and you see blackouts, et cetera, the ramifications for consumers are very significant. So Democrats talking about cost, keeping costs low by using the cheapest form of energy, and again, I say this as former governor and talking to people who don't want their kids to move away from them in a lot of the Midwestern states. And when they lost factories and people felt like their kids aren't going to stay, they're not going to see their grandkids, the ability for people's kids to have future-facing jobs in an industry that is in global demand with this very high tech, I mean, that's exciting. That's great stuff. And I think Democrats can really talk about that and should be talking about that a lot more.
Do you regret it wasn't talked about more in the 2024
Well, I do,
campaign?
yes, for sure. I was talking about it, but, and here's the other thing. I mean, I think Democrats have to do a better job of speaking to all channels and being fearless about going to places that may not be allies. Pete Buttigieg obviously goes on Fox News a lot, but it's not just the cable network. I mean, the cable shows, there may be 5 million voters or listeners, but in the social media ecosystem, I mean, Joe Rogan has 38 million listeners, So we have to go to places where people are listening, and we didn't do that. And that I really regret. We need to really focus on expanding and being fearless and saying stuff and going places, because once you go, you're not a mystery anymore, and people don't fantasize about what the conspiracies. So, you go and you talk straight to people. I think it's a much better strategy.
Given we have a Republican trifecta right now undoing a lot of the work that you did, you don't sound as pessimistic as I might have expected. Do you still feel optimistic about the future?
I definitely feel optimistic about the future. I'm worried about the timelines. I'm, with the DGA group now, I'm working with private sector entities, and and the DGA group absorbed the Albright-Stonebridge group, so Madeleine Albright's group, and so we have people in 35 different countries. Or I think it's 45 different countries, but a huge listening opportunity on the ground for what's happening globally, as well as what's happening here from a US business point of view. And the reason why I'm optimistic is because people see the opportunity that's out there across the globe. I mean, this clean energy sector is a $28 trillion global opportunity, and businesses want to participate in that. And so even with the tariffs present an opportunity for us to still go after European businesses, South American businesses, to say, if you want to avoid the tariffs, come and locate in the United States. It would be better if they also had access to the tax credits too, so that they could do both development of clean energy projects as well as manufacture of those devices. So it's an opportunity there. For those businesses in the United States who feel like I'm ready to go and want to see an opportunity in other countries, it's a moment, because obviously this is a global issue. And when I went to at the last COP in Baku, this was after the election, and when we go to the COP, we meet with all the energy ministers, and the other energy ministers, I'm so sorry, what happened, so sorry, but don't worry, we got this, is what they said, basically. We got this, we want to lead. In the United States, you've had such a big footprint, perhaps it clouded out their ability to lead. And so, if that's true, and other countries see this as an opportunity, that's great.
There you go. A positive note to end on. The red counter says we're out of time. I could talk all day.
All right.
But thank you so much,
Very good.
ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
So much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jack and Secretary Granholm. Coming up, as I said, we're going to hear from two former FERC chairs, as well as the founder of Energy Capital Partners. But now, please welcome to the stage Politico Executive Vice President and General Manager for Professional Business, Rachel Loeffler, for a conversation with Haley Fisackerly, the President and CEO of Entergy Mississippi.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Rachel Loeffler. I run our professional business at Politico. And before the next editorial conversation, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, Entergy, for their support for today's programming. So, as energy demand surges, and we've been hearing about this, fueled by data centers, manufacturing, and low-carbon industries, Our grid must keep pace with smarter, cleaner, and more resilient solutions. I'm joined by Haley Fisackerly, President and CEO of Entergy Mississippi, to talk about how that's unfolding in the Gulf South and how energy is fueling economic growth in the region by elevating its voice in the national conversation. Haley, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate Politico hosting this. Very timely and great conversations today.
We're excited about it. I'm excited about talking to you. And I want to start at the national level. What are your thoughts on the energy landscape in the U.S. right now?
Well, it is exciting, and it's changing drastically. Today, you've heard all different dynamics that's impacting that landscape. But stop and think for a moment how much we are dependent on electricity. It's changing because of electrification, it's changing because of onshoring, and it's changing also because of data centers. But we, the consumer, are causing that change. And I look around the room, I look at the tablets, the smartphones, the laptops. How many of us are going home every day and plugging those in? You may even be driving an electric car home and plugging it in. Post-pandemic world has changed the way we work. We work more remotely. Communications technology and how we use those devices drive greater usage. Some estimates show that when we go do those internet searches, if you use AI, it could use 10 times as much electricity as a normal search was. So our insatiable appetite is growing because of this. Add to that the onshoring. We're seeing new manufacturing coming back to the United States. We're seeing data centers, both from cloud storage and to AI, that are driving that example. And we're seeing it all across the landscape and how it's impacting that. We're just last year, the company I operate for the Entergy Corporation, Entergy Mississippi, signed a deal with Amazon Web Services, who is investing $10 billion in building 2 data center campuses in Mississippi. And that's bringing huge energy needs, but also, as we'll talk about it, it's also bringing economic investment that's really making a difference and helping us build a more resilient grid. Because if the demand is growing, then the resiliency and the reliability of that grid has to. And without that growth, it's harder for customers to bear that cost. And so these partnerships are going to create real opportunities for us.
I want to actually turn now specifically to your region in the Gulf South. I do want to let you know I do use a phone and a computer. I just happen to have paper cards today. So the Gulf South Energy Corridor, it really does serve as an example of this kind of growth. You mentioned a little bit, but maybe you could go into what's happening in the Gulf South region specifically as far as demand, and how does that relate to the larger U.S. energy picture?
So, Rachel, a little bit about Entergy. We're a public utility holding company that operates 5 utilities in 4 states: Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas. And we're right there in the heart of the Gulf South area, sitting right on the Gulf of Mexico, or should I say Gulf of America. And we're right on the Mississippi River. And there's a huge industrial complex around there. Some petrochemicals, ammonia, all of that is existing there. And it's always have been driving significant growth. Our sister companies in Louisiana, Texas have always averaged the last 20 years about a 5% compounded annual growth rate in that industrial sector. We are now seeing that across the Entergy footprint, because now that growth is not only continuing to happen along the Gulf Coast area, it's moving north into northern Louisiana, into Mississippi, into Arkansas, all across the area. Are now predicting that we're seeing a compounded annual growth rate of greater than 12% in the industrial sector alone. Why is that happening? So I mentioned AWS's investment in Mississippi. Meta also is building their largest data center in northern Louisiana, and our sister company there. We have seen Hyundai Steel announce a major green steel facility in South Louisiana, followed by a blue ammonia facility. That's just what was announced this year. These are driving huge investments, it's driving huge growth in those areas, creating jobs and economic ripple effects like we've never seen before. So, and if you think about the Gulf South region, the country is very dependent on that. Why is that growth happening there? Well, one is the infrastructure. There's an old saying, you can't walk across Louisiana and Mississippi without tripping over a gas line. Well, we're crisscrossed the state with natural gas facilities. CO2 capture also is being talked about and deployed with the infrastructure needed for that. When you have that much industrial infrastructure, the transmission lines, so we are very well blessed with a huge infrastructure in that area. You add to that available workforce, available land, low-cost energy, and clean energy, it's the perfect recipe that is fueling the growth that we're seeing in the Gulf South area.
It's fascinating. Could you speak a little bit more about how this growth is contributing to the communities Entergy serves? You started, but maybe you could go a little bit more into that.
You know, that's the part I love the best. You know, a lot of times these projects are so large. They overwhelm people. And what we're looking at, what we're seeing is when they come and make these investments, it has a huge impact on all of our stakeholders, our customers, our employees, our communities, and of course our owners. But let's take the $10 billion investment that AWS is making in Mississippi. 40% of our customers live below the national poverty level. We have an obligation to serve. We have new reliability standards, new standards to meet to improve resiliency and reliability and reinvest in the grid. Without growth, we end up having to push that cost onto our existing customer base. You bring a large customer in like AWS, the volume gives us a greater denominator to spread that cost. That $10 billion investment also has a huge impact on that community. It is estimated in Mississippi that will generate $80 million a year in new ad valorem taxes to the local governments. In Mississippi, they're required to split that 50% with local educational. We're going to change the lives of students in the schools. Think about, just like we're having to invest in our infrastructure, local governments are needing to invest in their infrastructure. Without growth, how do you do that? Now, they'll have the money to float the bonds to improve water systems, roads, schools, and who knows, and not impact the tax base in the state. So it's a tremendous opportunity like we've never seen before.
It's fascinating. And I want to come. But let's move from the great story to also talking about what you see as the key challenges in building a more resilient grid to meet these increasing demands and how Entergy is working to address them.
So, as we mentioned earlier, if there is greater demand and we're more connected today and our greater appetite for electricity, that means not only do we need more of it, it's got to be more reliable. It's got to be resilient. And where we are, we definitely have our experience with weather, hurricanes, tornadoes. Today, we're even seeing thunderstorms that pop up that produce 70, 80 mile per hour winds that are equal to a Class 1 hurricane. Out west, we're seeing droughts that fuel wildfires. We're seeing massive floodings that's happened. So we're all dealing with that. So utilities really have to think about how do we build this opportunity to reinvest is a new opportunity to build a better, smarter grid that is more resilient, can do that. So one of the challenges is the investments we have to make. Well, that's where the growth comes in, as I said earlier, to help create that. We definitely are going to have challenges is more of these data centers being built by AWS and Meta, they're going to create additional jobs, but they're taking lots of jobs to build these facilities. So finally, we're going to have challenges to meet the workforce needs, the supply chain needs around this, the wait time now for turbines and transformers are growing, the materials needed that are something we have to work through. We need stability in energy policy and some of the decisions that are being brought up here, because whether we're talking tariffs or whether we're talking about the tax, whether production tax extension to various things, we have to look at that. We also, as we invest in new generation, we have the opportunity to invest in cleaner generation.
I wanted to ask you about that.
And so, and I think, you know, we talk about that, and so yes, some of the conversations earlier, there's this dash to gas that's happening. Well, these units we're building a number of the Mitsubishi units. They're 33% cleaner than the previous generation of fleet, so less CO2 coming out of them, so that's a benefit. They will also have the capability of capturing carbon and sequestrating, and so they're built to those components. They'll have the capability, when economic, to flip to hydrogen. We're going to have to look more at nuclear. That's lots of the conversations. My friend David Brown, I agree with him 100%. We definitely need to be keeping those options open. We operate 5 nuclear power plants in our service territory. In Mississippi, we operate the largest single unit in the country at the Grand Gulf Nuclear Power Plant. It's been through a license extension through 2044. In fact, this is the 40-year anniversary. Last month, we would have been retiring that unit. But because of license extension, we're continuing to run it. But as David said, we have the opportunity to do further license extensions, now looking at 80 and 100-year opportunities, because those facilities are so robust, the new technology in them allows them to continue to run. So the challenges we have to meet is to take advantage of what we have, reinvest in that, and also use this opportunity to invest in new technology that are more efficient, more reliable, and cleaner to better serve the needs of our grid.
So I want to end with a question about collaboration, because everything you're talking about requires that. For your region, but also at the national level, how do you achieve the collaboration needed at the local, state, and federal levels? And what do you need most from policymakers to ensure we can continue to meet our nation's energy goals? Because that's our audience today.
Well, we're doing it today, and thank you for doing it. You brought together a great mix of policymakers, politicians, and all together and having these conversations. We need to have that. We need to have discussions. Everybody's busy talking, but sometimes we need to slow down and listen. We are facing the greatest opportunity, I believe, in our country's history with the growth here. Energy dominance, AI dominance are going to be key to that growth. What we need from policymakers is grant us stability. The investments we make take billions of dollars, take years to make. And if we're constantly stopping and starting and changing on those policies, it makes it hard to follow them through. It makes it inefficient. It adds to the greater challenge. We can do this. Any challenge that's been thrown in this country, we can meet it. What we need together is to share the ideas, come together, and create the stability in the policy area to allow us to go forward. The opportunities for our children and our grandchildren, I'm not fearful of AI. I think about what it's going to enable us to do and what it can unlock. We just need to come together, create that stability, create that certainty where we can know how to make the investments we need to and move forward.
Haley, thank you so much for your time today and for Entergy's partnership with this program today. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, up next to discuss the future of FERC, please welcome to the stage E&E News Congress editor Manuel Quinones in conversation with former Federal Energy Regulatory Commission chairs Willie Phillips and Neil Chatterjee.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for being here. It's already been a crazy day news-wise, and I think we're gonna make a little bit more news today. I'm Manuel Quinones, I'm the Congress editor for E&E News, and it's not just because I'm moderating this panel, but I think we're discussing earlier that we think this might be maybe not the most important, but among the most important panels of the summit because of all the things that are going on at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, not only because of its work, what it has on the agenda, but also because of the administration's increasing effort to exert more power over independent agencies like FERC and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And we're very thankful that former chairs Phillips and Chatterjee were able to join us. And we also remember Chatterjee from his time working for Mitch McConnell on energy issues on Capitol Hill. So let's jump to it. Let's start with Chair Phillips. So you recently left the commission. Need to be careful about how I word this. Because the president wished for you to leave, but it wasn't a dismissal per se. Tell us a little bit more about it. How did that come down?
So here's the thing. First of all, it's great to be here. I left FERC, and this was at the request of the administration. I think those are the words.
Okay, the request of the administration.
And I'll tell you this. It was, I believe, time for a change for me. It was time for me to pivot. I had been a regulator for over 10 years. I'd been at the commission for 3. I was a chair for 2. I'm so extremely proud of the work that we did there. And now I'm still at the table. I'm just on the other side of the table. I'm still focused and committed to modernizing our grid. I'm still focused on ensuring reliability for our consumers. And so I think it was time for a new generation, a new set of regulators to take the helm. And I think that we are in excellent hands right now with the commissioners and the FERC that we have.
And we'll discuss the president's nominee in a second, but before I go to you, Chair Chatterjee, even if you were ready to move on, were you concerned by the way it was done, by the fact that the administration stepped in the way it did? Is that concerning to you?
You know, I believe this. I believe the administration should have the FERC, they should have the support, the executive staff that they want, all right? I was already planning to leave. So it wasn't as though I didn't, it was like abrupt. It was an abrupt announcement, right? But it was a decision that I had already made. And so there's no ill will for me at all. In fact, you know, I think I'm decidedly happy now at Holland & Knight on the other side, helping utilities, helping stakeholders, helping consumers do the work of the American people, just from a slightly different angle.
And Chair Chatterjee, you also had, I'm going to call it run with the first Trump administration, but you were chair and he wished for you not to continue as chair, which is the president's prerogative, and you took it very well then. But how are you seeing what's going on at FERC now in terms of what happened to Chair Phillips?
Yeah, look, with me, you know, I was demoted as chair. I got to stay on for another year until my term ended as a commissioner, and I respected that. The president has the authority to designate a chairman at the stroke of a pen, and he could do it, you know, at any given moment. And I appreciate that authority. I respected it. I remained on the commission and continued to do the work that I did. I am a little bit concerned about what is happening now, quite frankly. I'm not as sanguine as Chair Phillips. I was disappointed to see him step down for the commission because I actually think he did an admirable job as chair and brought stability to the agency after kind of a tumultuous period. And so it was disappointment for me to see him not be able to continue because I truly believe he was excellent in his role. What is more concerning to me, however, is what recently transpired. We saw the current chairman, Mark Christie, who I also served with, there was an announcement made that a new commissioner would be nominated and would ultimately take his seat. So he is effectively, now his term was up, and he had been clear that he hadn't had conversations with the White House about an additional term, and so they're allowing him to complete his term as chair. But I'm sitting here wondering, like, what more could Mark Christie have done to run the agency in a way that was not in line with the administration's goals? Mark Christie has kept the trains running on time, has managed the agency in an incredible fashion, and it's very curious to me why he is not being re-upped for another term as chair. And The candidate who has been nominated for the position, Laura Sweat, is someone I know very well. She worked for Chairman Kevin McIntyre, for Commissioner Bernie McNamee. She is outstanding. And should she be given the opportunity to chair the commission potentially or to serve as commissioner, I think she'll be great. Why do I frame it in those terms? I am deeply concerned that she will not actually get to be FERC chair. And if the White House exerts control over the agency and they have to clear everything through OIRA and through OMB, then effectively the role of FERC chairman is no longer as head of an independent agency. It's basically a staff position. The commissioners are basically now staffers for the administration. And I have a real problem with that because I actually do think that FERC has been a beacon of stability in an otherwise volatile regulatory landscape the last 10 years or so. And we just heard Haley talk about the investment decisions that a big utility has to make. These are not 1 or 2 year decisions. These are oftentimes 5, 10, 30-year investment decisions. And to peg those decisions to the political pendulum swinging wildly back and forth is maddening. Look at US EPA. EPA went one direction under the Obama administration, completely different direction under the first Trump administration, whipsawed again under Biden, and is now whipsawing again under Trump 2.0. It is impossible to make investment decisions in that type of environment. FERC has been stable. Did the commission go in a different direction under my leadership than my predecessors in the Obama administration? Sure, but it wasn't a dramatically different direction. Did Chairman Phillips take the agency in a different direction than when I ran the agency? Absolutely, but it wasn't a dramatically different direction. Heck, we voted the same way on a lot of things. We even had some of the same staff, right? And that's, I'm sure there are people on the far right and the far left who don't like that. I actually think that is what enabled us to maintain that stability. And I do worry now that if this White House or a future White House takes control of the agency, you've just turned FERC into EPA. My final point on this, the issues before the commission aren't that clean cut politically. The biggest issue right now before FERC, in my view, is how to navigate data center co-location. Look, Donald Trump made 2 promises to the American people when it came to energy. One was to win the AI race for national security purposes with the understanding that you need a tremendous amount of power to do so. And 2 was to bring down the cost of electricity. Well, those 2 objectives are kind of antithetical, and that's what FERC really wrestled with. Chairman Phillips, the Democrat, voted to move forward with data center co-location and advance the AI position. The Republican commissioners voted against it because they were concerned about resource adequacy and costs. That's kind of a world upside down vote. I think most people would have anticipated the Republicans would have been in favor of co-location and the Democrats would have been more concerned about consumer costs. These issues are not clear cut politically, and so to me, not only will this be disruptive, not only will it, kind of undermine the agency's function, I don't think it's going to accomplish what people who want to politicize the agency are hoping to achieve.
And I'll come to you in just a second, because I definitely want to hear from you about this. But quick follow-up. You think that what the administration is doing is unwise. Is it illegal?
Is it legal? Sure, they can appoint, who they want.
So can they intervene? Can they?
Well, the question is are the people they're appointing to these positions going to be compliant? Will they go through the additional step of clearing everything with OIRA and OMB? I get the impression, and I don't want to speak for him, you all will have to ask him, I get the impression that Chairman Christie is not continuing because he wasn't going to cede the agency's authority and clear everything through the White House. Again, you'll have to get that from him directly, but that's my suspicion.
Yeah, Chairman Phillips, you were there recently. How was it working in practice? How did you feel any of that?
Let me first agree with my friend here on a few points. Number one, the independence of FERC. FERC's independence, that is its value. I believe that if you didn't have an independent FERC, that eventually you'd have to create it again. Because when I say it's its value, this is what I mean. I was a FERC practitioner before I was a regulator. When I stayed up all night, drafting my briefs, getting ready to represent clients before FERC, I had complete confidence that my pleading, that my motion, that anything I filed was going to be considered on the facts and the law, and that the best outcome for consumers would prevail. It's that level of confidence that allows for investment. It's that level of confidence that allows for certainty in our markets. And what we're talking about here is that if you value energy independence, if you value reliability, if you value the American economy, then FERC is at the backbone of all of that. So I actually don't believe that we'll end up in a situation where FERC is not independent. Let me say a couple things about my friend, Chairman Christie, as well. He is it's not enough to say that he's a good man. He is among many good men, a great man. He's a good friend. I've known him for over a decade. We served together as state commissioners. And so I have nothing but respect for him. I'm proud of the way he has handled himself. He's been an excellent and effective chair. And that leads me to my next point. When you talk about independence, when you have 5 members on a commission, each commissioner, they have a public interest determination that they have to make on every single case. You don't build independence by making an announcement. You build independence one case, one vote, one decision at a time. And I think if you ask any commissioner that has served or will serve, they will guard that independence jealously.
Coming back to you in a second, but do you think, so we mentioned Laura Sweat, the nominee, do you think we'll get a Democratic nominee anytime soon? It used to be that in Congress, lawmakers said, yeah, we'll confirm them together, or we'll confirm one when the other one comes in.
You know, traditionally, I think, and Neil knows more about this than I do.
No, he worked on this.
They move together in pairs. Yeah. That has been the case. We haven't seen an announcement for the White House for my seat, for the Democratic seat. I expect that we will sooner than later. Yeah.
No, I don't, because there's currently 2 Democratic commissioners seated. And so his seat, as well as Chairman Christie's seat, will be filled by Republicans.
Yes.
So the president gets to have no more than 3. What I'm more concerned about is not whether we'll see a new Democratic nominee. Now, in light of some court precedents, can they fire some of the sitting commissioners?
Right.
And then fill those seats with folks they want. That is what I'm worried is the next shoe that will drop.
And you, who were in charge of setting a lot of this policy when you were working for Senator McConnell, do you think Republican senators will say, oh, let's wait for a Democratic nominee before we move with the Republican nominee, or will they just push her forward?
No, I mean, like I said, there is no Democratic nominee to wait for currently. So we have Commissioner Rosser and Commissioner Chang. There are 2 Democrats seated, so there will be no pairing. So my suspicion is if there are 1 or 2 nominees that come forward, they'll both require cloture in the Senate. Cloture for FERC noms is now 50 votes,
50, right.
So they've got the votes to confirm them, and they can get them through.
Neil is right. The president has a majority of the commission, so he doesn't have to nominate a Democratic nominee.
Moving now to some of the core issues that FERC has dealt with. I want to touch on transmission because it was such a big deal. You know, it bled into the permitting reform discussions where Democrats really wanted more transmission upgrades in order to get renewables on the grid. Republicans were a lot more skeptical of that. FERC had some actions. How do you feel back about having done what you did when it came to the transmission rule?
I'm very proud of the work that we did. You know, I talked a lot about we were on a transmission reform journey and the reasons why we wanted to make sure that we can build. This is about building a better energy infrastructure for America. This isn't about anything else, and it's doing it in a more transparent, in a more efficient way. I believe, we implemented and we passed, and it's being implemented now, the most important piece of regulation out of FERC in over a decade. Pair that with Order number 2023 on interconnection queue reform, which I believe is an important first step. I believe we give ourselves a chance. We give ourselves a chance to build out this energy grid. Now, implementation down the road, that's going to be key. We've given the states, who have to be at the table, we've given the regions, the RTOs and ISOs, we've given them the framework to now plan in the long term over a 20-year horizon. That's there. Now we have to execute. Now is the time. We cannot wait.
Do you agree with what the commission did on transmission?
I do. I have one disagreement, and that is that I think he's giving short shrift to FERC Orders 841 and 2222, which opened up markets to storage and to aggregated distributed energy resources. I think that was the most significant action to come out of FERC in the last decade. But no, I appreciate what he did. Look, I wanted to tackle transmission during my tenure at the commission, and to be honest, the only reason I didn't is it would require so much bandwidth and so many staff resources that would have prevented me from tackling things like 2222. And so I really applaud him for taking it on. These are complex issues around siting, around cost allocation, how we get this necessary infrastructure built are critical. And we've seen Congress wrestle with permitting reform. I do think, unfortunately, FERC doesn't have the tools for a silver bullet to solve all of our permitting challenges, so we need legislative permitting reform out of the Congress. But I think what the commission did was laudable and definitely moved the ball forward, and particularly that interconnection rule also significant. And the best part about both, they were unanimous. They were bipartisan, and that will mean that they will be durable. I don't see the new leadership at the commission reversing course on what Chairman Phillips got put into place, and that is important to make the necessary investments to actually utilize in the implementation what he put together. I've said it publicly. I've told him privately. Had I been on the commission, I might not have done it exactly the way he did it. I would have maybe negotiated a couple of tweaks. I'm in favor of competitive transmission. I might have wanted to see some tweaks there. But generally, what he did was it hit the mark, and I would have voted for it.
Real quick, are you concerned by the hesitance among some Republicans to say we got to build more transmission, we got to get more resources out, including renewables into the grid?
I think that will fade. I think right now there's no question. We're sitting here in June, 6 months into the new administration, and the ethos is still very much drill, baby, drill.
Right.
I think there's going to be increasingly a recognition that in order to win the AI race and meet this coming surge in demand that is being driven by much more than AI, by streaming services and crypto and Bitcoin mining and reshoring of manufacturing and vehicle electrification, building electrification, we are about to face an unprecedented surge in demand. And in order to meet that, I think both parties are going to have to kind of reevaluate their energy priorities. On the political left, I think there's got to be a recognition we cannot possibly meet the surge in demand while maintaining reliability and affordability without fossil fuels. We're going to need gas in the short run for sure. And on the political right, I think there has to be a recognition we can't possibly win the AI race and keep energy reliable and affordable with only fossil fuels, that we're going to need solar and storage and geothermal and nuclear, but we're also going to need megawatts like energy efficiency and demand response and VPPs and DERs. And so I do believe that some of the resistance we've seen from Republicans to date on transmission will recede when they realize we need every available electron, and getting transmission built is a way to get those electrons onto the grid.
Real quick, they've taken time away from us, but I definitely want to hear it. What you got to say?
Let me say this. I'm all of the above. Increasingly, you hear people say, I'm all of the above. I think that a recognition is happening in this country right now that we do need every single tool. We know that manufacturing is returning. We know that AI and data centers are driving new demand for energy. We also know that extreme weather, that it continues, and it continues to strengthen and grow. All of these drivers are putting pressure on our system right now. We have to make sure that we maintain the balance of moving forward with new investment and keeping our eye on reliability and affordability at the same time. It makes no sense in the world for us to have all of these things, all of these investments on our system, and people can't afford to pay for the energy to use it. That's why regulators are so important. That's why FERC and the states and DOE, we all need to be at the same table. We need to come together and talk more, communicate more, and coordinate. And that's one of the things that I'm excited about doing from the outside. And we have great partners on the inside. I think NERC also needs to be at that table. That's my thought.
It was like Tyrese Halliburton at the buzzer like that.
And before the buzzer kicks us out of here, real quick, I want to hear very quickly from both of you. What's next for you?
So, I mean, for now, I'm really excited. I'm about a month in to my practice again, the second time around. And so I'm really excited about digging deep and learning more about what stakeholders need from an attorney on the outside. And I'm looking forward to doing that in the best way that I can, taking the information that I've learned over 10 years as a regulator and applying that to problems from the outside.
And might you run for office at some point?
Look, my son just graduated from high school on Wednesday. He'll be attending William and Mary in the fall.
Very nice.
I think my focus right now is on my family. I've got 2 others that I got to get through high school and college. So I'm going to continue to do work in the energy space and try and maintain reliability and affordability in the face of this coming surge in demand. Look, this is a really exciting, invigorating time to be in energy, and so I'm good with it. Down the road, would I rule something out? We'll see. But for the time being, I'm happy with my day jobs, plural jobs, and being a good dad.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks everyone for paying attention.
You got my vote. Good job, man.
Nothing like a little FERC talk to pick up your morning. A quick look ahead so you know what to expect. Coming up, we have Energy Capital Partners founder Doug Kimmelman to talk about big, bold investments in energy. Later, we'll also have Jared Agan from the National Energy Dominance Council talking about the Trump administration's energy agenda. But first, please welcome back to the stage Politico Executive Vice President and General Manager for Media Business, Callie Bowdy, in conversation with Jim Carr, the CEO of Southern Company Gas.
Hello again, I'm Callie Bowdy, Executive Vice President, General Manager of Politico, and joining me on stage is Jim Carr, Chairman, President, and CEO of Southern Company Gas. And what a great conversation for us to be following. I think, as Stephen said, a little FERC in the morning is great. So for those of you who I'm sure are already aware, but Southern Company Gas is a subsidiary of Southern Company, a leading energy provider in the United States, and one of our generous partners for today's summit. So thank you very much for joining us today, Jim.
Thank you for having me.
Southern Company and Southern Company Gas are investing in critical energy infrastructure and a diverse portfolio to meet the rapidly growing demand, all while maintaining their commitment to delivering reliable and affordable energy. And as one of the nation's leading natural gas providers, Southern Company Gas plays a pivotal role in ensuring that homes, businesses, and entire communities have access to the energy they need today and the solutions that will power tomorrow. So, Jim, we have a lot to cover. Let's get started. I think this is great to follow that last panel. I think there's a lot of excitement to be in the energy industry, and it is a remarkable era of technological breakthroughs. We just heard the two former chairs talk about kind of an all-of-the-above strategy and lots of different ways to help meet the energy demand with big advancements like AI, quantum computing coming online, and the demand that that creates. So how do you think we can ensure energy availability keeps pace with all of this innovation?
Yeah, it's a terrific challenge, and I would probably, for time's sake, adopt Willie and Neil's comments almost entirely. And you know, it is the emerging technological growth of demand coming from that. It is also probably underappreciated the amount of reshoring, and this was not just related to the IRA. It's really post-COVID. We've seen sort of the elongated supply chains coming back, and so we were seeing tremendous growth across our system, or significant growth as a result of that. And it seems like now this new demand, and it is historic, and I think that people that have been around our industry for a long time would compare it accurately, maybe even a little bit greater than the air conditioning load that we saw back in the 70s. Now, certainly all of it won't appear. It will move around. We may become more efficient. But even if it's half of what's predicted, it is a historically significant load. And I think what it has done for the last several years, I think some folks have been operating under sort of this myth that we were going to have an easy energy transition. And I think this load is going to require us, as you've heard today, really from members, from everyone that's been up here, we've got to have all of the above. The myth of the easy transition is over. It's going to take everything. We are pursuing that at Southern Company. I think the only thing we're not invested in right now is geothermal. Everything else, including R&D around carbon capture, the development of new large-scale nuclear units. We were the only company to build a large-scale nuclear unit in this country in the last 30 years. But I think we recognize, and supported by our vertically integrated, regulated model across multiple states with great support at both the state and the federal level, we are pursuing that all of the above. What we're striving for, and I think the goal we should all have, is clean, safe, affordable, reliable energy, and it's a balance of all four of those. And every potential resource has a put or a take along that continuum. And I think it's going to require a portfolio to achieve that for the citizens that we're all obligated and frankly privileged to serve.
So for those of you playing at home, it's time to mark your bingo card for data centers. We're going to talk about that for a second. Goldman Sachs expects electricity demand from data centers to more than double by 2030. So I'm curious, Jim, why is natural gas foundational to meeting this demand, but how is Southern Company uniquely positioned to deliver for communities?
Well, I'm glad you used the word foundational, because I think one of the things is we focus so much on the future that we really have taken for granted, I think, the significant role that natural gas already plays in the current energy demand across this country. We serve 2.5 million customers in northern Illinois. On the peak day in Illinois, we produce, the natural gas system produces about 5 times the energy of the local electric provider. And it does it at about 4 times the cost. So natural gas is currently foundational and will be going forward, especially to meet this demand, especially in the near term. It's abundant. It's got half the carbon emissions profile of other fossil fuels. We're making great progress on dealing with methane from a fugitive emissions standpoint. It's affordable. Again, EIA would say it's about 3.5 times cheaper than any other fuel source. So, the problem we've got is that we're using the system as more and more electricity is generated from natural gas, and we're using gas for direct use as well as exports. The interstate system, moving the gas, the molecule from source to load, has not kept the pace of the demand on that system. And so we have an abundant resource. We've got to invest in infrastructure to get that resource where it's used either domestically or for LNG export to the rest of the world.
So what do you think is standing in the way of that urgent and broad adoption of natural gas? Is it investing in the infrastructure, or are there other things that are getting in the way?
Well, in the last several years in the prior administration, I think there was a decision to choose fuels and to disadvantage natural gas. When you think at building codes, efficiency standards, there wasn't a lot for natural gas in support in the tax policy of the prior administration or the prior Congress. But infrastructure is the key now. So looking forward, it is infrastructure. And I think durable, bipartisan permitting reform for not just natural gas infrastructure, all energy infrastructure makes a lot of sense. You can have an EO. We've got some fairly favorable court decisions here recently, but that's not durable. And what's happened is, and I don't think we have to do away with NEPA. I don't think we have to do away with the Clean Water Act. Those are important pieces of legislation that I think have served us well. But in the last couple of decades, they have been interpreted and applied beyond their clearly intended purpose. And they've been weaponized to stop all kinds of infrastructure, renewables as well as fossil fuel-based infrastructure. So I think, if we can find a bipartisan, which I heard the members today, a bipartisan coalition that can, let's be clear what the intended purposes of those statutes are. Let's maybe reform the appeal or the litigation of those statutes. And let's give some certainty. We have an expansion of a pipeline that we own 50% of coming across much of the Southeast to serve growing demand in that region. And the single biggest risk in deploying that capital is it's not even the permitting risk, it's the litigation after the permitting risk. And so I think there's you can honor those important statutes and remove some of the uncertainty and the financial risk of investing in this infrastructure that citizens need so badly.
So beyond that broad construct, is there something specific that you think that policymakers should be doing that would actually help champion a reliable, affordable energy future? Not just necessarily removing the downstream risk, but how to be proactive about it.
Yeah, so I mean, I think a couple of things, and I'll leave the details to the members and others that have been up here, but I think there's a couple of things. Sort of adopt a fuel neutral policy. Quit picking winners and losers. Take your thumb off the scale. Allow customers to choose the resources they want. I think that fuel neutrality around tax credits and things like that. I think we need to continue to support energy efficiency. Low income assistance is also important. I would also say that ultimately and long term, new nuclear has to be part of our long term strategy. That is, as I said, we are the only company that's done it in the last 30 years. The upfront capital cost and therefore the risk involved in the early, newer plants, the large-scale plants, it's just significant. And there is a role, and I think one of the members that was up here earlier made the point, I think if the government would figure out who needs help, which resources there is a role for the government to play, and which resources they really should play more of a passive, get out of the way, don't pick winners and losers. And I think that's the balance in sort of general terms.
All right, Jim, one last big picture question here. What's at stake for the nation if we don't address this mounting energy demand?
Yeah, I think my friend Willie said this earlier, affordability is so important, and we can talk about growth and all the capital that needs to be deployed, but we all have to remember that ultimately that gets paid by almost every citizen, certainly every household. And so I think getting this right, managing clean, safe, affordable, and reliable, first of all, it just serves our citizens and our communities. It gives us an unassailable domestic advantage towards prosperity, and it gives us, given the abundance of our domestic resources and our ability to export LNG effectively and affordably to other parts of the world, it gives us an unassailable geopolitical advantage. And most people in both parties will say this AI race is a matter of national security, and really energy security and success is international and national security and success. And so I think, the challenges have probably never been greater than they are right now, but the opportunity and the tools that we have available to us to succeed, if we can kind of get out of our own way, have never been greater either.
That's a great place for us to leave it. So thank you so much, Jim, for your time and insights, and a big thank you to Southern Company for their partnership on this event. None of it happens without your support. So thank you all for joining us today. Thanks again.
Thank you so much. Our next guest is a major investor in energy markets and making bold bets right now on power demands as a result of AI. Please welcome to the stage Politico Executive Editor for Growth, Louisa Savage, in conversation with Doug Kimmelman, the Executive Chairman and founder of Energy Capital Partners.
Well, hi, everyone. What a headline, I think, out of today's summit. If there's one headline, one word, it would be electricity.
I think so.
It sounds like something you know a lot about, probably more than anyone. You told me that when you started on Wall Street, and we won't say what year that was, but that nobody wanted to do electricity. They all wanted to do tech, and you kind of ended up in this field because it was so unsexy.
Yeah, sometimes in life, just swim where the crowd is not going. But I looked up and I said, I think those lights are going to stay on. And I like to say, I've never seen my product, electricity, but always going to be here, and huge capital needs, and tech, up and down, up and down. So nice to have some support.
Yeah, so here we are. I wanted to talk first about one of the big themes that has been coming through all day, which is demand, and sort of where we think that demand's coming from. We've all heard the president talk about an energy emergency. And this morning, John Ketchum, the CEO of NextGen, said on this stage that he was actually worried about potential energy shortages. So do you share that concern? Is this an emergency? How are you thinking about the unfolding demand situation?
Well, relative to history over the last several decades, the collision of shrinking supply and rising demand has never been as extreme that we have right now. So think about it. Demand has been flat for several decades, 30 years plus. Why? Because any population GDP growth was offset by energy efficiency, right? And we've, maybe there's a little more low-hanging fruit, but not so much on the energy efficiency side of thing. Don't forget, we're still shutting down coal and nuclear. The United States was 70% coal and nuclear. We're now down to about 40% coal and nuclear. Coal is still about 20% of the mix, and certainly it's probably still sliding. Nuclear is very, very old. We all of a sudden love it, but you've got some aged infrastructure. It's not all going to extend its life. So at the worst possible time, where we have shrinking supply, shrinking baseload supply, all of a sudden the demand kicks in. And it's not just AI, right? We certainly think of all the pieces of this, electric vehicles being a piece of it. Bitcoin mining is not small. The load in Texas for Bitcoin mining is more than the entire load of the city of Houston. Onshoring of manufacturing, it's happening. LNG is a big one. People don't talk about LNG. Huge amount of electricity to freeze and liquefy that natural gas, and we know that's a booming piece of the equation. Then we even have certain states, I know New York's a state, that you're not allowed to have natural gas in your home or business anymore. It's got to be electricity. So all of a sudden, not just AI, and everyone thinks it's just AI, all of these pieces of demand at a really tough time. So it's a bit of a collision. So we need new resources quickly.
And you were talking about onshoring. I mean, the president's trying to bring more steel and aluminum manufacturing into the U.S., but that's incredibly energy dependent.
Yeah, and we had a lot of this manufacturing kind of began. Someone told me there's something like 200 manufacturing facilities under construction in the U.S. right now. The CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, did bring a lot of that forward. I don't think we've seen the onshoring from the current administration and tariffs and the like. We certainly expect some of that to come. I think it's good for the economy. We hope it's come, but we got to get moving on new resources getting built quickly.
So earlier today, John Ketchum talked about how many years it takes to build next generation nuclear and some of these other options, and he said, quote, "We will lose the AI race and we will bring this economic expansion in the United States to a screeching halt," he said, "if we take renewables off the table." Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't fully agree on the renewables piece of it, but I agree this is a race around the world, particularly with Asia, of who's going to be the dominant leader in AI. For the United States to grow our way out of this deficit, I think we all know we can't cut our way or tariff our way out of this. We've got to grow our way out of it. What a gift for whoever the president happened to be right now, that AI falls in our lap, and with AI, we need massive amount of new electric generation, and we need a lot more natural gas production to support that. And so that's all there right now. Speed is a big part of it, of making it happen. But I don't know that renewables are the secret to making this happen, mainly because AI, they need what we call 5 nines, 99.999% reliability. They need that electricity round the clock full time. That's not what an intermittent resource does.
Even with battery storage?
Yeah, batteries maybe get you another 4 hours, so we're turning 6 hours into 10 hours. The boom, and this is a very nuanced thing, the hyperscalers, as we call them, the Microsoft, Amazon, Google, OpenAI, Meta, that crowd, they all very much are focused on their footprint, their carbon footprint. Most of them have goals to get to a net zero. So they're going to be buying, and they know it, they're going to be buying a lot of natural gas-fired power generation, which is going to come with CO2 emissions. So they want to buy offsets. So they are heavily investing in renewable projects, not to serve the data center, because it's just not a great resource for a data center, but to create the offset. We call them virtual PPAs. They might invest in a solar field in Colorado and earn the credits that way to offset all of the natural gas-fired generation that they're going to be buying.
So if I could just play devil's advocate on the AI data center question for a moment. We saw the arrival of the Chinese AI model, right, DeepSeek, which kind of rocked the tech and energy worlds because it was much more efficient than anyone expected the technology to be. And obviously, innovation can move very quickly. Do you think that changes the picture? Are we being a little bit alarmist, maybe, about AI?
No, I think it rocked things for about a day and a half, and then we had companies like Microsoft and Meta come out with their capital budgets for AI spending, especially here domestically, and they increased their budgets. So the capital is flowing, the adoption rate is expanding. There were a lot of questions around what is DeepSeek and all the like, but just look at what's happened since then. Not a blip in terms of a slowdown in terms of that capital. And with all of that capital leads to more urgency for electricity and electricity now. What they're looking for is speed. Get me electricity in 2 to 3 years. So they're signing contracts right now for that. They are looking for a size. 50, 100 megawatts isn't going to do it for them. They're 500, 1,000 megawatt type projects. And concentration. We want them in the proper regional centers, around the proper population centers. And so there's a mad race out there of power developers, data center developers working with the hyperscalers to make this happen.
And so where's the smart money going to go? Which kinds of energy do you see?
Yeah, well, I call it the pot of gold right now is to land a 10-year plus contract with some of the best balance sheets in the world, right? The Microsofts of the world are willing to pay a premium price, and to give you term, to give you 10 years plus, if you can meet those 3 things they want, right? I said speed, get me the electricity quickly, get it in a meaningful size, and get it in the concentrated location that I want. And so there's a mad dash of who can put those pieces together. You certainly need capital, but the tricky piece is electricity. And there's a lot of know-how that goes into the electricity. And some folks have sites and have projects that are nearer term than others. But that's really where I think, electricity, and it's going to be dominated by natural gas, because natural gas is the here and now. We can get that 5 nines reliability for it, and I know we may get into the price of natural gas, but still a relatively cheap resource.
Well, speaking of natural gas, we heard earlier on the stage from Avik Dey, and he's the CEO of Capital Power Corporation, and he said this so delicately, I love it. He said the rise of AI will require, quote, the adjustment of policy objectives. And I think he was trying to say that that the rise of these AI data centers are incompatible with net zero, with reducing climate emissions. What is your take on sort of how we should be approaching climate going forward?
Well, I think the all of the above may very well apply here. So when we're talking about that electron directly going to serve that data center so that it can run around the clock, that's probably going to be a lot of it. We use the term behind the meter, co-located natural gas-fired generation. But these hyperscalers very much do care about what that footprint is. And so I think the investment in renewables is actually going to accelerate to create the offset for that. We're seeing the acceleration. We have 30 states that have renewable mandates. I don't see that going away. I think Amazon is now the largest buyer of renewable power. So the corporate demand
so
for
it's
renewables.
Corporate, it's state, maybe not so much federal.
No, a small military bases, but don't forget retail. And there's states where retail consumers can choose your electricity supplier. I think the numbers are something, if given the choice, something like 25% of retail consumers will choose green. So we have that there. And then don't forget about nuclear. We just saw last week an announcement, Constellation selling an Illinois nuclear plant, selling the output to Meta. But the nuance there, that output is not going to serve a data center, right? It's a virtual PPA, it's an offset.
Oh, interesting.
Because it's green. And it's an offset because they certainly know that they're going to be buying a lot of gas.
So they're putting it into the grid and they're taking something.
Yeah, so I think, these hyperscalers, we've got to keep coming back to that. They care about their footprint. So you're going to see the acceleration of purchasing green electricity, being renewables and being nuclear. It's going to be a long time before we have the next generation built of nuclear plants, but we do have some capacity out there in the marketplace that they can purchase.
Well, sort of on that point, another theme today has been the mega bill. Obviously a lot of clean energy tax credits were stripped out of the House version. Curious what your take is on the version that passed the House. Do you have any concerns about the current state of that legislation? Yeah, I think it needs some cleaning up and needs some fixes. Provision that things have to be under construction within 60 days. That's just not a feasible provision on it. I think from an investor point of view, I just want stability. Tell me what the rules are, and then I'll price my investments. And by the way, subsidies for renewable power don't make my returns higher. That makes the price of electricity lower. It may make your taxes higher, it may make budget deficits higher, but it brings electricity prices down. I'm not going to just say, oh, I'll take a lower return because there's a subsidy in that mix. But I think so what's challenging when the government comes forward and says we want to encourage a certain behavior and we're going to give you a tax credit to encourage that behavior, and then the rug is pulled out from under you 3 years in, 4 years in, you're half built, you've put a lot of development capital. The next time the government comes forward in another industry, I don't know, it could be the healthcare industry, and we have these wonderful tax credits and we want to encourage investment, it's going to be hard to believe that the carpet's not going to be yanked out. So I'm more in the camp that we can have a phase out, over the next 5 years or so, but not so abrupt that is in the current version. Well, on this point of stability, we just heard a few, conversations ago, Neil Chatterjee, the former FERC chair, he was very concerned about the administration taking control of FERC, the agency, and also just the future stability of the regulator. He said he didn't want to see FERC become politicized like the EPA and create a lot of pendulum swinging every time the administration changes. I'm just curious what you thought of his remarks and your thoughts on.
Well, I'm back as an investor. I'm back to stability and perhaps speed. And obviously this current administration is talking a lot about deregulation and moving things along quickly. Building a power plant from the local, the state, the federal, the environmental, oh my goodness, it is difficult. It takes a very long time horizon to get that done. And I think there's a desire in the current administration. We are trying to grow the economy. We've got $37 trillion of debt. We need to grow GDP. We have an enormous opportunity for trillions of dollars of capital investment in AI, in power generation, and in large part natural gas production to support it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's not have, another technical conference and have a debate of front of the meter, behind the meter, co-located. Let's go. And I think there's a lot of us in industry, a lot of us investors. What an opportunity for this country to lead into AI. Let's go. And I think I'd rather see speed and moving forward and pick a path rather than months and months and months of discussion. So I think there's some frustration out there that maybe wasn't brought up in that last conversation of all well-intentioned and this debates of consumer protection and reliability and policy, but sometimes we talk about things a bit too long rather than action.
Well, I know our timer's running down, but just one final question, which is, as an investor with this much money at stake, and you've got investors from all over the world coming into your funds, what is the most important thing you're watching out of Washington right now?
Look, it is, I try not to read the newspapers too much. There's a lot of rhetoric out there, and, we want some degree of stability. There will be a bill, and I have a strong opinion there'll be a bill, and when that bill comes out, we'll evaluate it, and we'll then price our investments appropriately. There's so much angst right now of what it might be. Just be patient, everybody, and the rules will be there. We just want rules. And I think over the coming months, we're going to have some nice rules, and we'll have some new faces at the FERC, and that'll allow us to price our investments. Capital can walk away, right? We don't have to do this. Capital can go anywhere in the world, can go to any industry. And it will sit on the sidelines if there is too much instability, too much uncertainty from a policy perspective.
Excellent. Well, on that note, thank you so much. And thank you to our audience.
Thank you very much, Doug and Louisa. Up next, I'm going to bring out Abigail Hopper, the president and CEO of the Solar Energy Industries Association.
Hello, good afternoon, and you made it this far, so well done. To those of you watching at home, it's good to see you. You just heard my name. I'm Abby Hopper. I have the privilege of being the president and CEO of the Solar Energy Industries Association, SEIA. We are the National Trade Association for the solar and storage industry. We represent over almost 1,300 companies, every state in the nation, every part of the supply chain, every business arrangement you can imagine. Whatever your mode of operating in solar and storage is, we are your voice, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much, Politico, for having me. You're never going to guess what I want to talk about today. Any guesses? No, I'm not going to talk about the tax bill. No, I am going to talk about the tax bill. I want to talk about American energy dominance. And you might be surprised, Abby, why are you talking about American energy dominance? Aren't you the solar industry? And my answer to that is a resounding yes. I am the solar and storage industry, and this industry is a critical part of American energy dominance. I want to tell you a story, and I want to tell you a story about an incredible success that we are in the middle of, we are living through. So solar and storage makes up, 7 or 8% of our America's electricity need right now. That's great. When I got this job just a minute ago, actually 8.5 years ago, we were sort of in the 2 to 3%. So huge growth. It doesn't sound like much, but trust me when I tell you, huge growth. We are now a $70 billion industry in this country. We employ almost 300,000 people. And over the last 2.5 years, we have spent tens of billions of dollars building investments and bringing manufacturing back from other countries. We have also added 50 gigawatts to the grid last year. Year over year increases, which is a pretty exciting place to be for those of you that are looking for an exciting place to be in the energy industry. And we are also the #1 source of new electricity generation being built on the grid. And not the #1 by a little, the #1 by a lot. So last year, solar and storage was 84% of new generation built on the grid. So far in 2025, it is 82%, I believe, of energy generation being built is solar and storage. Look at any queue across the country, pick an RTO, pick a state, solar and storage projects are the majority. And so I tell you all that to say, this is what American energy dominance looks like. It looks like solar building and growing and employing. It looks like natural gas building and growing and employing, and nuclear building and growing and employing, right? This is a false idea that we have to choose one over the other. We believe so strongly that America needs all of the electrons we can get. And so we're really excited to be a part of this. So American energy dominance. And I'm going to tell you a little side story, right? We have to unfortunately take a little detour. And I'm going to tell you that American energy dominance is really at risk. And this is the part where I get to the tax bill. There's a lot at stake here. I'm certainly appreciative of the difficult choices that our elected officials have to make. But I want to highlight to you what is really at risk. People say like, oh, I don't like the House bill. Oh, it doesn't do enough. Let me give you some numbers and some facts. So I just told you this incredible American success story. Let me tell you what could happen. I likened it the other day. I don't know if when you were little you liked to read as much as I did, but I loved the Encyclopedia Brown Choose Your Own Adventure books, right? So if you want to go on a spaceship, you turn to page 72, and if you want to go on a railroad car, you choose page 27. Well, I want to go on a spaceship. I'm making this up as I go. I want to keep leading and keep building. And so I'm going to tell you what happens if we choose the wrong page, if we choose the wrong direction. So under the bill, as it's currently drafted, as it came out of the House, there's about 330,000 of your fellow Americans who will lose their jobs. They will lose their jobs. They will lose the ability to pay their mortgage, pay their car payment, pay their health insurance, pay for camps for kids. 330,000 Americans. There are also about 330 factories that will close or never open. So if we're thinking about American energy dominance and what that looks like, it certainly does not look like 330,000 people and 330 factories closing. It also means that $286 billion of investment will be lost. It means that we will lose the AI race. I have not been here all morning, I have to admit, but I am sure we've talked just once or twice about rising energy demand, and we've talked about it in the frame, American energy dominance equals American AI dominance. Those two things are intricately related, as they should be. This is a point of national security. We must be the winners in this race, and you all know the number one ingredient to make that happen is power. We cannot win the AI race without energy. And we cannot win the AI race without energy that we can build, and we can build rapidly. And guess what that is? Solar and storage. So if the bill that comes out of the House, and if the Senate does not make some rational changes, it is going to undermine our ability to win the AI race. We are going to wrap it up in a little package, and we are going to take it and hand it to China. And we are going to say, you know what? Just kidding, we don't want to win, here you go. So I would really encourage our elected officials, and you can imagine this is what I'm doing all day, every day, and I would invite you to join me in it, is saying, you know what? We don't have to make these choices. We can figure out together a reasonable, irrational, I heard the prior speaker talk about, a sort of a rules-based, rational approach. People have spent billions of dollars investing in the United States. Let's not turn them away overnight. Let's not end anything in 60 days. Let's not cut off investment just as it's beginning. Instead, let's talk. Let's talk to each other. Let's talk to the companies that are investing, the humans that are being employed by this, and find a way to have a rational, thoughtful energy policy to provide some stability, some security, and some winning to our efforts here. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. I am hopeful that the Senate will do this. I'm hopeful that the Senate will take a more thoughtful approach than the House did. I think we have, I could tell you all the statistics. 8 of the top 10 solar states in the United States voted for President Trump. I could go on and on. I will not. What I will say, though, is that if what our country wants is American energy dominance, and what our country wants is American AI dominance, and what our country wants is manufacturing renaissance and reshoring, then solar and storage need to be a critical part of that. We cannot do it without this source of clean energy. So with that, I will leave you to your last panel. Thank you so much for having me here, and it's a pleasure to be with you all. Thanks.
Thank you so much. This brings us to our last session of the day. I do want to say you can learn more about Politico's events and summits by following @Politico Live across all social media. We're closing out today's event with the White House perspective. In the last 6 months, the Trump administration has put in place some very bold policies around energy and how the nation should prioritize energy development. Here to dig into that, please welcome back White House Bureau Chief Dasha Burns in conversation with Jared Egan, the Executive Director of the National Energy Dominance Council. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking around through a day that dove really deep into kind of all aspects of this debate. Jared, thank you so much for being here. You are the Deputy Assistant to the President and the Executive Director of the National Energy Dominance Council. Thank you for doing this.
You got to hit the dominance.
Hitting the dominance. It's not just the Energy Council, it's the Dominance Council. So that brings me to my first question. What is this
No, great question. This president's idea, and it's a great idea that he came up with as he was going on the campaign trail. I mean, obviously, two of the big issues that the president focused on during the campaign: immigration and unleashing American energy. And so when he won, and in the transition period of entering the White House, he specifically wanted a team based in the White House that could focus on all of the areas that we need to turn around to unleash American energy and to make America energy dominant. And the thing that I've realized, which he knew, and this is the reason why he set up the council, is it's spread out into so many different areas of the government bureaucracy. And so, you have the Department of Interior, but the Department of Interior has so much to do with energy and oil and gas leases and all that kind of stuff. You have the Department of Energy, which works with the Department of Interior, but they're more focused on a lot of the nuclear elements, and they have a lot of the loan programs. Then you have EPA, which is doing a lot of the regulations and the permitting. And so that's just three. And then you throw in, USDA and everything the State Department has to do. So his goal was to set up a council based in the White House that could really just cut through the bureaucracy so that we could work specifically with companies on what are your projects, how do you get them launched fast, and we could really be a one-stop shop for people to come. I mean, I look at it, we're very much a startup in the White House. I mean, it's a small group.
How many of you are there?
It's 10 of us. I mean, it's it's kind of a tiger team.
And are you having weekly meetings? Are you on group chats? All of the above? Like, what is a week in the council look like?
Well, it's very much like a startup style. I mean, we're all in a little suite in the EEOB, and so everybody's kind of in a bullpen talking to each other. So the way we built it is we recruited people from the different sectors that we knew we would want to focus on. So we've got a couple experts on oil and gas and pipeline creation. We've got a couple experts on mining and critical minerals. Same on just power generation and the grid and coal. And so
anything on solar or
we do not have solar because the president's kind of priorities are around turning around fossil fuels. And so a lot of what happens is, we've been involved in a lot of the EOs that the president has done, but also kind of the day-to-day is more different companies coming in, whether it be a nuclear company or an oil and gas company, and saying, hey, we have a project, we need to get it off the ground. We think it's shovel ready in the next couple of years, but we have this issue with EPA and this issue with BLM over at Interior, and we can serve as a voice in the White House that can call over to these different departments and say, hey, this is a priority. This is something the White House wants to get done. This is something the president wants to get done. And what's the holdup over there? And that's
so you're kind of the voice of the White House that is interfacing and kind of the fixer for all of these different agencies?
Yeah, as long as it's in line. I mean, obviously the president decides what the projects and the priorities are, right, and then we can help implement it. And it's really been shocking to me, and I think it would be shocking to anybody, of how much the bureaucracy can hold these things up. I mean, particularly in mining, we have a big critical minerals mining issue, and it takes decades to get some permitting done. And so it's the kind of stuff that's fairly common sense. If we're going to compete with China, we've got to get this stuff done. And so we like to be kind of a service that we can cut through some of that. And we've also done a lot of great work. I mean, obviously with the White House team on things like, you saw the president had a big sweeping coal executive order. Same, we did nuclear executive orders just a couple weeks ago. And so those have served as kind of the blueprint of here's the priorities, here's what we want to get done. And that's, that's a little the slice of the life of the last 100 days or so for us.
So President Trump has talked extensively about the U.S. facing an energy emergency. That's part of the reason he created this council. Yep. But we're also seeing record levels of production right now. So what is the emergency actually, and how dire is it?
Yeah, well, the emergency is that particularly our grid, can be in danger because we don't produce enough electricity in the United States, just as an example. So what we get worried about on my team is, this is part ties back to the coal EO. If coal production starts to shut down, that is a big driver of a lot of energy sources. Or that's a big driver of electricity. If that shuts down, then people start to have rolling blackouts and brownouts. And obviously, when you get into the summer months, the last thing we want to see is people trying to put on their air conditioning, and you have blackouts and brownouts. That's kind of an immediate. The bigger issue, and this is one of the huge ones we're trying to tackle, is we're in a massive competition, particularly with China, on the AI race. And you've heard the last speaker, and you've probably heard a lot of speakers talk about that. So we are trying to literally generate artificial intelligence. That takes a ton of energy to do that. And if we want to win that race against China, we need power, we need electricity. And so we've met with a lot of the big tech companies. These are companies that are trying to build data centers. They're trying to work with different governors in different states of where to put these data centers. They have to be cool. They have to have cool, like the equipment has to be cooled, and so that takes energy. And
right, and how do you not pass on costs to consumers?
And this is exactly the big. This is kind of the big overarching issue that I think will be part of a legacy issue that the president will help solve. Is how do we build those data centers so that they're plugged into the grid, are being produced enough energy, and that it is not just handed off into the consumers. And so that is a big part of the kind of the meetings we have. We do with a lot of governors want to move these into their states. A lot of the utility companies are working with how to do it. Obviously, like the AI companies are coming in to talk with us too. And so this is an issue. I think everybody kind of tangentially knows it, and we talk on the high level like we're talking now, but like how do we actually set up a model and then scale that model?
Are you guys there yet, or are you in early
Well, we
stages?
have some early successes in various areas. Texas has been very good on the front end of showing how this can work. And so now it's, what are some of the lessons learned of some of the early successes that we can take and scale and multiply across the different.
So you mentioned China. One of the ways that China is dominating in the global energy race is they are investing heavily in renewable energy technology, in solar, in storage, and batteries. Do you worry that the U.S. is ceding that ground too much by over-indexing on oil and gas and not thinking about the future?
I don't. That is one of the problems with these intermittent sources is that, yes, a lot of the materials are coming from China. I think the issue that we've had here in the U.S. is so much of the last 4 years, we're focused on these, I call them intermittent sources, because you're not going to generate the power you need. The sun doesn't shine all the time, the wind doesn't blow all the time. And so what you need is reliable sources, particularly when we're talking about.
But there are solutions to that, like storage, like battery power.
Well, but not at the scale that you need to, particularly with the kind of energy we're demanding more energy now than ever before. And so the faster way to get to it is the priority projects of natural gas. That's the highest growing level right now. And we know that things like ultimately nuclear will be a perfect source. And that was a lot of what our EOs recently talked about is, right now the demand is there. These other ones you're talking about, those are incentivized by tax breaks, and they can't stand on their own feet. What can stand on its own feet are things like natural gas.
But don't you need to think about the future? Elon Musk, who the president and a lot of people around him have said was the smartest mind on the planet right now, thinks that this is the future, that you need to be thinking about renewable energy, that there is a way, if you invest, to make sure that we have the right storage and that you can use it to power the country.
Yeah, well, what I would say is the president is in charge, and the president thinks that.
But do you think
nuclear,
Musk is wrong on this?
I think the president's right, which is nuclear, and I think he's made it very clear that he wants to make that a priority of the long-term issue. But the president's a fan of fossil fuels. He thinks that they've got a bad deal. He believes in big, beautiful coal, as he calls it, clean coal. And he doesn't want coal plants to close. He also wants.
Well, haven't you heard from business leaders? Though, I mean, we've had people up on this stage who have talked about like coal is so backwards looking. Like, it seems like we're past that, and you're investing in stuff that a lot of companies, when you talk about private sector, have moved on from.
There are companies that moved on from it. However, it's a very reliable source right now that gives you the power you need. And there are coal plants that are particularly keeping the grid going. And the last thing we want is in the short term to have any problems with the grid.
And well, I guess that's kind of the question I'm getting at, is the short term versus long term thinking. Shouldn't you be doing both? Like, can you walk and chew gum at the same time?
100%, and that's why I mean, we're putting a priority on some of the nuclear as the long term. Also, natural gas. I mean, that's another thing that again is the highest growing sector right now. And one of the problems we've faced, and what the president said, we've gotten away from building pipelines in this country, and it's a big issue, particularly in the northeast of the U.S. is how do we get pipelines built to get the natural gas? I mean, it's crazy to think about. We've got a huge natural gas source in Pennsylvania. That natural gas can't even get its way over into New England and the Northeast states because we can't build a pipeline to get across to it. And so the president's put a priority on building infrastructure like that. That will be a long-term, low-cost, reliable source for a hugely populated area. And this isn't even a partisan thing. You've got Democrat representatives, governors in the New England states who want to help their residents. And so I actually think the tune is changing on, people are embracing natural gas and some of these other sources more than they ever have before. And so the meetings I'm having are less about, hey, you need to be investing in these in the intermittent renewables. It's more, how do we build more infrastructure to get the natural gas?
You can't do both, or you don't want to?
Well, it's about time and resources, and we feel like the natural gas, the amount of natural gas we have here in the U.S. that we can export, that is a huge benefit to us in the United States. I was just up in Alaska last week. It's one of the other big flagship projects that
I wanted to talk about that.
Well, you go up to Alaska, and it's amazing to be there because we talk about things like the National Petroleum Reserve and ANWR, but if you're not there and you don't see it and see the scale of it, I mean, you fly into Anchorage, and we had some meetings with a lot of the local industry leaders there. But then you have to get on another plane and you fly 2.5, 3 hours up to the North Slope, and you see what the National Petroleum Reserve is, or you see Prudhoe Bay, which is the biggest oil and gas field in the U.S. And these are massive, barren lands of, it's snow and it's ice, and it's exactly where, if you just picked out a map and you'd say, well, where would we want to have the oil and gas come from? It's there. I mean, it's out there.
And yet, but you talked about the challenges of getting there, right? I think that's where there's been some skepticism from businesses and from some folks in the industry of, is it realistic at this point, the cost versus the reward of what you can get out of there?
100%, because what we viewed is there's an existing pipeline now that they built years and years, decades ago. They built it in 2 years, and for some reason, we've gone backwards in this. We want to build this pipeline. It's a twin. It would go right along the same stretch. And that would open up huge avenues for us to take this and export it over into Asia. I mean, right now, again, if you're talking about just looking on a map, these things that don't make sense, you're taking stuff through the Panama Canal, where this could come straight from Alaska over into Asia. It would be a huge benefit to the U.S. overall. And we had a lot of international folks there. We had a lot of the Alaskan community there. And again, you go up there, it's hard living up there. We met with the local residents who work there. They want it because they want infrastructure. There's no roads up there. They want schools and infrastructure and all the stuff that can come from people dedicating resources. And this is a huge, it's tapped, but it's not fully tapped. I mean, there's so much more we could do with this kind of resource that will benefit to all Americans, but also the people who live there want it because it would really change just the overall infrastructure in their area.
I just got a text message from one of my colleagues, Ben, with like just a little bit of a news flash.
Yes.
Saying that the Energy Information Administration said today that U.S. oil production will decline in the next year, reversing a decade of nearly continuous growth. And the forecast is that oil companies have slowed their drilling amid the Trump administration's tariffs on steel and the trade wars clouding of economic activity. Are you concerned? Is the trade war making your job more difficult?
No, the trade war is not. I mean, the good part about the trade war is the president is getting better deals for the American people and getting better deals for the American worker. I do think part of that is exactly what I'm talking about. We have a huge asset that is helping us in these trade negotiations. We produce and can produce so much energy here. So the more we can produce energy here and export it, that will be a huge benefit to us in these trade negotiations. When you talk about trade negotiations in the EU, you're talking about trade negotiations in Asia. The energy, particularly like natural gas and oil that we can produce here and sell to our friends and allies will help us in these trade negotiations.
But what do you say to companies who come to you and they're like, hey, these tariffs are gonna make us have to slow down production because of the rising costs?
We say to them, there are other innovative ways that we can improve production. I mean, it's a big part of what the President and Secretary Burgum and Secretary Wright talk about is there are ways to innovate. We want to get the costs down, but you can't just get the costs down without using new technologies. And this is where things like AI and people trying new innovative technologies can get the price of all these things down, and then will ultimately help us when we're trying to sell it to our friends and allies. And it ultimately will benefit the consumers here in the U.S. because we always have to be innovating. We also always have to be using new methods to improve our production here of energy.
When it comes to our allies, that's the other side of the trade war, is there's so much uncertainty. Do you worry that these tariffs could make allies think twice about relying on us for oil?
No, it doesn't concern me at all. I think the biggest concern I have is what we hear from companies and international partners over and over and over again. Hey, everything you're doing is on the right direction, but these are long projects, long lead time. If we're going to invest in oil production or pipelines or anything, we need this stuff like in legislation, codified, so that yes, it's fantastic everything the president is doing, but these are decade-long projects that we're talking about. And so while it's great now, we need to have the kind of de-risking language.
I want to get to reconciliation, but just quickly, for those that are concerned about the uncertainty, I think that's been the word that I've been hearing from businesses on all kinds of issues, but especially for big factors like oil and gas and global trade. In terms of our allies being able to rely on at least knowing what the climate is going to be in the coming years, like how do you give them more certainty about what they can expect from the U.S.?
Yeah, well, I think the certainty is there, and that's why I'm stressing on kind of the infrastructure and of our. I mean, a big part of the certainty of can we be exporting a lot of this. A lot of our energy is, do we have the infrastructure to do it? And a lot of that is in these pipelines. It's in building the export facilities. It's in the permitting. And if these things don't get done under President Trump, when we've got when we've got the ability to do that now, I worry that they're never going to get done. And so that's why we're trying to move as fast as possible so that we can build the export facilities and the transmission lines available so that we can start this. And once it's built, it's built. And so you can't really turn them off.
Well, actually, to that point, does the Trump administration plan on investing directly in oil and gas infrastructure like refineries or pipelines? Like, will the federal government pay for this stuff in part?
Well, one of the big problems is in the past, the Department of Energy has a loan program office, and it had been used for a lot of these renewable projects in the past. We're changing the priority of that. So yes, we want to invest more in prioritized projects that are oil and gas related, nuclear related, and so a big part
put federal
of the shift.
money behind that.
Yeah, well, those are loan programs, but yes, I mean the whole point is, if we're going to be giving out loans, we want those loans to be paid back. Obviously, it's going to be in projects like that.
And taking money away from renewables, you see as
yeah. Well, a lot of the renewable projects that they gave loans to in the past they didn't get paid back, and so we want to put it behind projects that are economically viable and are going to turn around and actually help us.
Let's talk about reconciliation.
Yeah.
The big, beautiful bill, the mega bill, Musk called it a disgraceful abomination, as it goes by many names. Are you happy with where it stands right now? What do you think needs to change?
Yeah, I was very happy with the House version. Was working late last night with Secretary Burgum and others on the Senate version. No, I mean, I think as far as energy projects goes, we're heading in the right direction. One of, we touched on it a little bit, but it's the big issue that companies have is they want to plan long term, and you heard about it from the last panelist. Is if we want to commit, we want this stuff in legislation, we want it codified, and so we're trying to streamline a lot of the permitting process. We're trying to ultimately change some of the ways you can build pipelines, for example. The loan program office, prioritizing that more towards these oil and gas projects. And just overall, what we want is just, I use the term de-risking. It's we want to make sure people know that the legislation is there so that if they are willing to put their capital and risk it on big, bold energy projects, that it is in law and they have the backing to do that. And so there's a lot of kind of more minor levels of doing that, but that's kind of the big overall initiative that we're trying to get in the Senate.
Let's talk Greenland for 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think we should go to war with Greenland for their critical minerals?
I was more focused on Alaska than Greenland, but I'm not in the Greenland negotiations. I'm up for whatever the president wants to do on Greenland. But critical minerals is one of the good things that the president has focused on is we have not focused as much on critical minerals. China does unbelievable things in the bad way when it comes to critical minerals. They go out all, throughout the world, outbid Western companies because they can to just buy mines, and they follow no rules or regulations as far as just tearing up the land and mining what they want. And then when we try to do something either in the U.S. to put capital or to try to build around our own critical mineral infrastructure, China then drops the price of everything, and so it doesn't even make economic sense for companies here to invest in it. And so China has been playing a lot of games when it comes to critical minerals. It's a thing that prior years we have not given it enough attention. It is a top priority of the president, and so he is 100% focused on getting us increased production and strategy when it comes around critical minerals.
And just because we've had a number of folks on this stage from oil and gas, from nuclear, from solar and wind, why doesn't the Trump administration see solar, wind, other renewables as energy sources? I mean, his executive orders on energy haven't even considered those as energy sources.
Yeah, well, because the sun doesn't shine all day. It goes down at night, so it's not.
We've heard that a lot, but
Well, that's why. I mean,
That's it?
The other ones are more reliable. Well, also, I mean, it's not it, because as you mentioned, a lot of the stuff that's coming in to support the wind and solar projects, those are sourced in China, and we want to have American-made things. And also, they are not economically viable. A lot of what their business model is based on getting handouts from the U.S. government, and we want to put it towards projects that are economically viable.
Well, like
and are
any
not
new
gonna...
thing, it requires infrastructure, it requires investment for it to then,
Very focused on this is the new thing, but I've said we're focused on nuclear as kind of the long-term area there. The president has not focused on wind and solar, and they haven't proven that they can get off the ground. They're not that new. They've been around, and they haven't proven that they can get
Why
off
not
the ground.
have someone on your team at least that's familiar with renewables who can explain to people why it's not the route that you guys are going?
Well, we do. I mean, I do think, we come in, there's a lot of energy companies, some of the, obviously the big ones, they've diversified and they've put, oil and gas companies are also have invested in this in the past, and they come to us and they say, this is where we're going to focus now, because we know that we're going to be able to be profitable and it's going to be reliable if we focus on more of the oil and gas element to ours and less so on the renewable portion of it. And so we're hearing that from the industry. It's not, it matches what the president's priorities are, but it's also the same feedback we're getting from the industry.
Yeah, and I ask, because I was interviewing Senator Curtis earlier on the stage, who has been kind of like the climate Republican, and he's very much for an all of the above energy strategy, thinks we should be investing in 100% across the board. That just doesn't seem to be at all the Trump administration.
Well, we have to prioritize. It's about prioritize.
Yeah.
We have a certain amount of money, we have a certain amount of time, and what are you going to prioritize? In the past, in the last 4 years, they prioritized the other way. Well, president has a different opinion. He wants to prioritize over here, and there clearly had been a strong tact away from fossil fuels. The president wants to go more towards that direction, and that's where we want to put our resources. And again, as you that's what's going to help the American people as long as we're able to build some of the infrastructure around it.
And lastly,
Yes.
you talked about some of what you guys have done in like the first 6 months or so you've been around. What are we going to see from the Energy Dominance Council in the next 6 months?
Yeah, well, we want to break ground on a lot of these projects. I talked about some of the pipeline projects, which would be game changers. We have mines that are going to be opening. We have some of these pipelines. We have a lot of big LNG facilities that are going to be opening, particularly in the Gulf of America. We've changed a lot of rules for the Gulf of America to make oil production even more there. We did something as simple as commingling that allows 100,000 more barrels a day to come out of the Gulf of America. So there's going to be a ton of new facilities and projects around all that that we're going to be announcing in the time.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
time. Thank you all for your time today. And our colleague Annie Allen is going to close it out for us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all so much for sticking with us through these newsy interviews this morning. I want to thank our sponsors for making today possible: Southern Company Gas, Capital Power, Constellation Energy, Entergy, the Aluminum Association, and Solar Energy Industries Association. As I said before, please come to future Politico events. You can find more information about them by following @Politico Live on LinkedIn, X, and all social media. Thank you all for being here today, and enjoy the rest of your day.